Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Mr. Muhammad. Good morning, everyone. I am Sara Al-Ajmi, and I am pleased to be your moderator for this session about teaching resilience. Today, we gather here at COP16 under the theme of Resilience Day, where it is a day dedicated to exploring strategies and policies that enhances our capabilities to adapt to climate challenges. This theme resonates deeply with today's session, in particular, where we will explore how can we empower educators with the essential knowledge and skills to integrate climate change into their teaching resilience. In this session, we will focus on three main key areas. One being developing curriculums that addresses climate change impacts. Two, training programs that equip educators with the essential skills. And engaging communities to foster a culture of climate awareness. Without further ado, please join me with a round of applause to welcome my fellow esteemed panelists. Hi, Juana. Welcome, please. Welcome, Dr. Stefan. Hi, Iman. Welcome. Let me start by introducing our panelists. From my left side, we have Basma Bushnak, the CEO of Imkan Education. And then we have Jumana Haj, the deputy representative of UNICEF. Dr. Stefan Sommers, the general director of MISC Schools, and Iman Haji, a scientific researcher at KAUST. First of all, I would like to give an opportunity to our panelists to introduce themselves and their work to our audience, starting from Basma.
Of course, thank you so much for having me today. Very excited to be at COP for the first time in Riyadh. It's a great opportunity, and I believe it's a conversation that we should start having, especially about building our students' capabilities in this area. So my name is Basma Bushnag. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Imkan Education. Imkan is an educational consultancy based in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, and we really work with our clients, whether it's government entities, private investors or operators, to work on building the capabilities depending on each area. We work a lot with schools, we work with with ministries. We really help develop, let's say, education and build capacity with our clients and stakeholders.
Thank you so much, Basma. Jumana, please.
Yes, good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for inviting us to join this important panel. My name is Jumana Haj Ahmad, and I'm the Deputy Representative for the UNICEF Gulf Area Office. So we cover Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, and Kuwait. Our program is mainly focused on providing technical advice and expertise to government and non-governmental partners to advance the child rights agenda in Saudi Arabia, with focus on education, child protection, and early childhood development and education. And I look forward to a fruitful discussion today.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Stefan Sommer. I'm the Director General of MISC Schools. We are the school that was founded by the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, by Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. We are part of the MISC Foundation, which is also the Crown Prince's Foundation, and we are the only entity that already has settled into the city of MISC, which is currently being built, but we are already there. We are quite a groundbreaking school in Saudi Arabia because we are a Saudi school. Almost 100% of our students are Saudi, but we are quite an innovative school, and that at international scale. We have our own diploma, which has just been validated by Cambridge University, so it has quite some hallmark already. The students at MISC schools have to pass quite significant entrance exams to get an entry there. We are there, we were founded by the Crown Prince to educate future leaders for Saudi, for businesses, for organizations, both in Saudi, but also for Saudi outside, internationally, for UNESCO, for WHO, or whatever they might be. That is a very big responsibility, and we are exceptionally generously funded, but also we've been given a lot of leeway in the way we structure the curriculum. And that's really very important when it comes to the topic that we are discussing here. And I feel very privileged that I've been invited on this illustrious panel, because it is really quite important that I share what we can do in order to influence other schools, particularly government schools in Saudi Arabia, to uplift the entire nation for the realization of the Vision 2030. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Iman Al-Haji, and I'm very pleased and honored to be among such esteemed panelists. Thank you so much for the thoughtful invitation. My journey with CAUS started long ago when I was still in high school, and CAUS is in my blood. I joined as a KGSB, CAUS Gifted Student Program. I went to NC State for material science and engineering, came back, did my master's and PhD in energy storage nano materials. And now I'm a full-time researcher at CAUS. I have, through my educational journey, I'm so excited to share with you insights of this amazing and transformative journey for me. And throughout this, one of the beautiful outcomes was me founding Saudi Youth for Sustainability, which is a national NGO to empower and connect young Saudis to drive effectively sustainable solutions. I'm currently working with Professor William McDonough, who's a distinguished research professor at CAUS, and happy to delve deeper into climate resilience.
Thank you all for the beautiful introductions. Each and every one of you brings a very unique perspective into this critical discussion. So I think we're very excited to dive into the conversation. We will start with you, Jumana. So we know that UNICEF has worked and collaborated with governments to develop learning content on multiple aspects. I would love to hear from you on this experience, and if you could give us some examples, and how has it effectively been achieved throughout these examples, please.
Thank you so much for your question. Maybe I'd like to start with a reflection on a discussion I had this morning with my 11-year-old son. So I told him, I'm going to be speaking on a panel about climate education. What's the key message that you would like me to convey to the audience? And his response was, you messed it up, fix it. And actually that's how many of the young people feel. Even though he's only 11 years old, he's very anxious about the future. And what is his future going to look like? What's the earth going to be like? And maybe my son was privileged to get the opportunity to learn about climate education. And the reason why I'm saying it's a privilege, because still we're far from having climate education mainstreamed across the education systems globally. So I'll give you an example. We did a study more than a year ago in 100 countries on climate education. And what teachers said in that study is that basically only 50% of those teachers were trained on climate education. And only 1/3 of them felt comfortable to explain what climate change is and what's its impact and how can we respond to it. Also, only 50% of them said that within their schools, they have a climate change action plan. So even though all of us believe on the importance of the role that a teacher plays, whether as an educator or a role model for the school community, teachers have been overlooked. They haven't been well trained on climate education. And that's why there has been a global call by the Secretary General, by the world leaders, on investing in climate education in a systemic approach. And because of that, we've seen a lot of advancements across countries. And I'll give you an example of, you asked me about an example of the work that we did not too far from here in United Arab Emirates. In the lead up to COP28, the United Arab Emirates developed a national framework for sustainability. And that framework, the objective of it was to mainstream it across the education system. And they started with a journey that included the teachers, the curricula, and the communities. And what we did as UNICEF, our role was to contribute to this important journey by developing resource packages to train all teachers in UAE. So what we did is trained master trainers, and then they rolled out the training in all of the schools of UAE. And the journey is continuing so that by end of this school year, all teachers would have been trained on climate education. But I think most importantly is the approach itself, and that is mainstreaming across the curricula so that every child have the opportunity to learn and to take action. Similarly, we've offered professional development opportunities for teachers in other countries like Egypt, like Thailand, and the approaches vary, and we try as much as possible to focus on climate education, but as was mentioned earlier, also work with the communities so that the change is across the whole community and not only within a small sector. So this is one example of some of the work that we've been doing.
Thank you so much, Jumana. We're very proud to hear this experience, and we're looking forward also for some knowledge transfer. So speaking about curriculums, Dr. Stefan, I want you to give us an outlook of what is Miss Schools doing into incorporating climate change and sustainability into your curriculums.
Thank you. Well, I would like to come back on what we've just heard. And you made a very important point there, that the sensitivity to climate change and the needs to action really needs to be responded to, or needs to be developed in schools in the very first instance. Now, schools like mine, like Miss Schools, can do that because we have the liberty and the privilege to be independent enough to do that. And I'll say in a few seconds how we're doing that within our curriculum. But I see my responsibility as a beacon school in Saudi also there, that what we do can also be passed on to other schools. And when I say other schools, there's a lot of private schools that recently settled here in the kingdom, but some have been here for many years, and they have their own ways of incorporating sustainability, climate change, all of that into the curriculums, because that's what they're used to from the countries that they might originate from, the UK, the US, France, or wherever it is. But what is really very important here in the kingdom to develop is that there is a national initiative that government schools do this at a scale, because we mustn't forget the vast majority of the children here in Saudi are educated in government schools. So they are the ones that we need to get to. And I want to continue what we've just heard, and that starts with the curriculum. Unless sustainability, climate change, and all the issues that concern our young people are manifested and written into the curriculum, and that is not just in grade 11 or grade 12 as they finish off and are almost adults. No, they need to be sensitized from kindergarten throughout the age groups to that in the way of sustainability and what's needed for the environment. Because what we've just heard also, that is the angst that when you talked about your son, the angst that young people have about what's happening to the climate, what kind of a world am I going to live in 10 years' time, 15 years' time, is of course exacerbated by what they read on the internet, by what they read on Instagram, on social media. We mustn't forget our children are connected. Our children are much more connected to the world than we've ever been when we were little. We had to go to libraries and find out about knowledge. Our children have knowledge and information thrown at them from all directions every day. So this is a kind of scaremongering. So they see these video snippets and they see these things that happen and they wonder what's happening. It's the responsibility of us, of educators, to make sure that we have a structured way of educating the students. Yes, it's happening. These are the reasons, and that is what can be done in order to counteract it. We have a program within the schools that starts from kindergarten, and that is the way our campus was built. And as I said before, we are very privileged. Not all schools can have a campus like this, but it's new, and it was built very sustainably, and it was built so that the children, for instance, we have gardens, we can make sure that the children can see how plants grow, how important it is that the air is clean, that they breathe, how important it is that recycling is being done, that the oceans are kept clean, and that we are saving energy. And we have measures of making sure that the children know that lights automatically switch themselves off. That's sometimes irritating because they're not used to it, because at home that's not what's happening. But we explain from a very early age why that's necessary, that we can't just waste energy when we don't need it, because it takes efforts to produce it. And of course, later on throughout the curriculum, when sort of the age of reasoning sets in and they learn proper science, of course they're being taught this as well. But as I say, we are privileged because we have a large amount of freedom of adding when it comes to adding onto our curricula. And also, we are teaching international curriculum, and the international curriculum requires knowledge on sustainability, requires knowledge on the climate change. So in subjects like in the sciences, in physics, in biology, but also in geography, that's already woven into the curriculum. But in the national curriculum here in the Kingdom, it's not. And that is something that we all need to work towards, so that it becomes part of the fabric of every curriculum map in every school.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stefan. What a great insights. Basma, talking about educators, Imkan has worked with Saudi schools on multiple projects. What are your perspectives on the challenges that faces educators in teaching climate resilience?
Well, just like what Ms. Jumana and Dr. Stefan mentioned, it's not only one area to look at, it's different areas, and one of them is the curriculum. The second one is definitely the lack of professional development programs for teachers, especially Saudi teachers in public schools, to build that knowledge and skills. We all, for me, I'm Saudi, so I studied the Saudi national curriculum, and there are mentioning, of course, of environmental education, but it's very fragmented. Students do not get the opportunity to link it between their daily lives, for example, or their daily actions. Another, of course, important factor is policy support and policies that ensure that this kind of education curriculum are being implemented in school. In Imkan, what we do is we don't have our own program, but we have a very successful story. Actually, it was a pilot that we did with one of our clients. It was Green Riyadh, so مبادرة الرياض الخضراء. And the goal was actually to educate Riyadh youth. So we started from first grade up until high school. We worked with 30 public and private schools around Riyadh, different areas. And we built a program, especially curated content with international experts in greening and environmental education to help the students of Riyadh to learn more about greening, how to interact with their environment, and how will it affect their daily lives. And we were very surprised that the program had a very high satisfaction rate. 90% of the teachers participating reported that they truly believe that this program will be able to change the mindset and the actions of the students. And this is what we want, really, by training the teachers and supporting the program. So we really hope that we see more of these programs and these pilots, and inshallah it will be implemented in all the schools of Riyadh and all the schools of Saudi to support Vision 2030, and especially the Saudi Green Initiative.
Thank you so much, Basma, and congratulations for this program. We're very proud to have such initiatives in the kingdom. Moving to you, Iman, I would love to hear your input as a researcher and as a youth leader on what are the pressing challenges that educators face in climate resilience, and also what are the perspectives of youth in the contrary regarding this matter.
I've been moved to understand the unseen connections between different subjects, and that's why at the beginning I wanted to do material science, because materials interact with everything in all kind of disciplines. And when I joined KAUST, one of the two actually amazing courses that I took outside of my core curriculum was energy, economy, ecology. And it has a very interesting perspective by Professor Tad Batsik. And we truly learned a lot in experimental way, and was very, I gotta be honest, it made me feel so anxious and felt the darkness of the world when I realized all the facts about where we're heading as humanity. And knowledge is not powerful unless we act on it. And during that semester, I also was taking sustainable engineering, and I said, okay, we gotta, enough of talking, enough of doing our own little things in the labs, enough of being solos. Let's come together, do something together, and act effectively together. So then we formed KAUST Students for Sustainability, which becomes one of the most active student club at KAUST, with the vision that we want to transform this at a national level, where we believe that our motto is thriving together. Because I think this is what happens when a lot of missed opportunities in educating children or even adults about climate. We give them many facts that create urgency, but a lot of them do not have enough skills to act on them or enough capabilities, where they feel locked by knowledge, actually not empowered, because they don't know how to navigate it and act on it. And that's what we've been trying to build through Saudi Youth for Sustainability. There have been amazing interaction between graduate level education, public integration, and even bridging gaps between youth, decision makers, and policy makers.
Thank you so much, Iman. Excuse me. Looking ahead, Jumana, what is UNICEF's long-term vision on climate change, and what are the strategies you're looking into adapting in the future?
So for us at UNICEF, and our partners as well, see the climate change crisis as a children's rights crisis. Why? Because children are the most affected and impacted by climate change. Their education is interrupted, their access to health services is also interrupted, and they are subjected to a lot of violence because of migrating, for example, or moving from one country to another due to climate change. So we have climate change at the heart of our work and strategy. So what we've done is prepared as an organization a sustainability and climate change action plan that is long-term, and that has three key components. The first one is about protect, and that is protecting children so that they continue to have the services that they need. So we work with education systems, on early warning systems, with the health sector, to ensure that the children continue to receive the services in case of disasters. The second strategy is about empowering the children with the knowledge and skills that they need to take action, and I underscore take action. And the third strategy is about reducing emissions, so that within UNICEF offices, but also in collaboration with other partners, so that our facilities are also solarized and we reduce carbon dioxide emission. So to focus on the second one, which is about empowering children and adolescents. And we're doing that through different approaches, but the main focus is about the knowledge, but also the skills. And I emphasize skills because knowledge alone will not be enough. Young people need to be equipped with decision-making skills, critical skills, planning skills in order to take action. And we do that in schools and out of schools. I gave you an example earlier about our collaboration with different governments to mainstream climate education in the education system, but also to focus on training of the teachers. And going back to the topic of our panel and the educators, what's the qualities that we need in our educator to be really an influencer? We need them to have the education, we need them to have the skills to transfer the knowledge, but we also need them to have the values so that they are a role model to the students that they're teaching when it comes to climate education. So these are three important elements that we embed in our initiatives and work in schools and out of schools. We're also focus a lot on providing opportunities for children and adolescents to design and implement their own initiatives within their schools and within the community. Again, it's not only about learning, it's about doing. So for example, we learn like hackathons where the children and adolescents submit their initiatives, they present their initiatives, and then they get seed funding to lead the change within their communities and within the schools. And by this, we're creating a generation of leaders who will lead the action. And the third strategy is about providing the space for them to sit on the table with decision makers. And that's what they are asking us for. They said, I cannot speak to the president, I cannot speak to the minister. How can you help me as a UN agency? So the COPs have been some examples, like COP16, COP28, where we worked with young leaders, provided them with the skills and information. But more importantly, when our partner organizations were working on the national policies, we invited the young people to share their voices and to influence decision makers and sensitize decision makers to take it into consideration. We want meaningful participation. I don't want a child to only open the session. I want him or her to be heard by the decision maker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jumana. And I would like to just highlight one of the things that you mentioned, values. In the Human Capability Development Program, one of the main components of human capability development is values. So to continue this forward momentum, Dr. Stefan, I would like to hear from you on what is Miss Schools doing to incorporate climate change education into its extracurricular activities, to both equip the educators and the students with the necessary skills and knowledge.
Yeah, I would like to highlight one of the points that have just been made, and that is one of the most critical things that children need to learn is make decisions and be responsible and act on them. And that's actually something, if we look at the education system, we don't do. Too much time is being spent on making sure that children learn content, learn knowledge, repeat knowledge that they've been told, when actually that is not a skill that's required in the future. In the future, in their lives, what will be required is that out of the wash of information that they have, that they can sift and find the important information that they need to do a particular project. And we don't teach that well. Children can only learn how to make decisions and take responsibility if that's what they have to do on a daily basis. Which is why at Miss Schools, the whole curriculum is structured around project-based and inquiry-based learning. You learn by doing, by working something out. Therefore, you're being allowed to make a mistake, and you're guided by the teacher to find out why doesn't this work, so where's the mistake, to then find a different approach to solve that mistake. And that approach of learning is required in order to have the skills that the children need in order to make decisions and to find, well, actually, what's wrong and how do we go about it. Because children are sometimes overwhelmed. If they don't learn this activity, they're overwhelmed. Yes, we need to do something, but what do we do? And they are then a bit headless and they don't really know what to do first. They need to learn this out of the wash of information that they've got available. What's the important things? And how do we go about finding a solution? Also, learning and acting collaboratively. What we're doing, the biggest project that we're doing is a well-being project at the moment, which involves the children proactively. In the context of what I just said about project-based and inquiry-based learning, we are involving the children in decision-making. The boys' school has a head boy, the girls' school has a head girl, the junior school has a head student. The reason why that is, they have their teams, and they have an action plan, so they design their own projects. What is it that we're doing? They are, of course, their children, so they are little projects, but they matter to them because they impact on their community, which is their little school, their classes, their teachers. And they run this, and they learn from that, and that is, of course, in extracurricular activities, that's not happening in the classroom, to make decisions, form little teams, have meetings, have a discussion, find a consensus. These are all important things that children need to learn. And if we don't expose to those kind of activities and allow them to make mistakes and put those mistakes right again, they will not know it. The well-being program that we are putting in is very much student-centered and student-led, and that is to do because we discovered, yes, the well-being of our students is not particularly bad, it's not particularly good at the moment, which is still a relic of the pandemic, but it's also to do with the fact that children are overladen with news from social media that worries them, and they don't think they have the skills to really act on it. And the well-being of the children suffers from that. So we thought, rather than talking about the well-being and therefore talking into the children's head how bad their well-being might be, because otherwise we wouldn't be talking about it, we get them involved in doing something about their well-being. So we are creating gardens in the school. We're greening the school over in the spirit of Green Riyadh, making sure that, yes, there's much more green outside, but also inside. And the learning of what that means. Why are we doing this? A, the students are doing this. We're not bringing a company in that do it. The students are doing it so that they know with these plants, vertical gardens in classrooms, we will breathe clean air. And clean air will make sure that we are more healthy. Will make sure that our thought processes and our learning can be more effective because that's scientifically proven. So that, and as they are involved in that process, they can see what the impact is on their learning. That, of course, will be statistically proven because we're keeping records of that, how that then changes over time so that the children can improve. That's what we've done. That's been our impact, and that has been the result of it. We went from A to Z, and that is and that's the progress that we have organized by running this project. And I would encourage schools that can do this to make sure that children are involved in things. We must move away from a situation where the children are the passengers, where the school is like a car and the children are invited as a passenger and we're driving them around. No, they have to be actively involved in what's being learned and question what's being learned. Therefore, the teachers, as part of their training, also have to get used to being asked questions that might challenge what they think they know, because we all know that children are moving into a society now whereby what they learned yesterday might be half wrong tomorrow. So they need to be aware that what I'm learning now and spending time on might not actually be what I can use anymore next week or in 2 weeks' time, because life has moved on. Unless we expose our children to these kind of things, they will not know it and they will not have those skills. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stefan. And speaking of children all around us, those young learners, those who will inherit this planet from us, I would love to hear from you, Basma, on what are the initiatives MCAN is working on to implement climate education, especially in the early childhood settings.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, يعني إحنا when we look at early childhood education programs, and of course, Jumana is the expert on this, but we really focus on building the skills. So it's not just the skills of the environment or science thinking or scientific thinking, but also integrating that skills, as we said, in their daily lives. And of course, this comes with a very well-developed curriculum that includes these areas and these skills in it, and allows the students to practice it in the daily life, just like what Dr. Stefan said. A very important also part of that is the community support. So it's very difficult for the child to be learning something at school and then going home or going to the local mosque or local park and finding something completely different. So that's what also we always ensure that the local community is involved or is part of this kind of initiative, especially also in that early age. As you know, the saying goes, it takes a village to raise a child. Exactly, it takes the whole community to build these skills and these mindset in the children. Last but not least is the teachers. Just like what Jumana said, it's important that teachers are part of that process and that they are also adopting this mentality and this mindset of climate awareness and environmental education. As I mentioned earlier, we worked on this program related to Green Riyadh, and we really saw that the activities that had the highest ratings, for example, from the students, we started from grade 1, were the activities where they were involved, where they planted a tree, where they were outside the classroom being more active and engaging with their environment. So we believe that this is very important part of any successful program or initiative for early childhood and also the grades upwards.
Thank you so much, Basma. Iman, I would like to hear from you, what is CAUS doing to foster interdisciplinary collaboration, to enhance climate education and training for the educators as well? We would like to shed the light on the trainings that CAUS provides for educators as well.
KAUST has built its own mission on the betterment of humanity. We have more than 121 nationalities in our campus, and we truly represent the world. There have been several initiatives by KAUST, including KAUST Academy, the Sustainability Office in the President Office. They've been developing several initiatives to unlock potentials at different levels, from educators to all the way to research projects, even transferring knowledge with several ministerial entities in the kingdom, bridging gaps here and there. And in the curriculum side, KAUST offered several interdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary subjects, including climate models and mathematical statistics, including mechanical engineering and circular carbon economy technologies. For my case, I'm doing my research in circular economy innovations with Professor William McDonough, where we're trying to even bridge fundamental research and applied research within different projects with several faculty. And we are in a world where we need to truly unlock every single potential from all ages. And at the end of the day, we're all lifelong students of this life. And I believe we truly racing with time. And according to scientific findings, we are almost crossing 26 boundaries of our ecosystem within the next 5 years. So let's do things at a massive scale today.
Thank you so much. What an ending note, Iman. I would like to also emphasize on a point that you've mentioned regarding continuous learning. This is something that we also advocate for in the HCDP. Before we open the floor to some questions from the audience, I would like to give a chance to my esteemed panelists to give us their final thoughts or notes that they would like to share with the audience. Starting from you, Basma, or, yeah, perfect.
Again, I believe that all of us today agreed on what we need to do. Action needs to be done, especially starting from an early age, tackling our curriculum, tackling our teacher preparation programs, the policies and engagement of the community. So, but each one of us maybe said it from his or her own perspective. And I think this is what we all need to come out with today, and especially from COP, and COP being in Riyadh. We need to take clear actions, as Iman said, and put targets. We work with targets, deadlines, Vision 2030, خلاص we're almost reaching that, and we believe that there is still a lot to do, but it's doable, and as I mentioned, from our experience in the field with schools, with students and teachers, they want it. They are looking forward to it. They need more resources, more support, more funding, definitely when it comes to education programs. And then I'm sure we will see great results and hopefully a step towards solving some of the climate challenges.
Thank you so much.
I think we have a huge opportunity here in Saudi Arabia. What's happening in Saudi Arabia is transformational at all levels. And there's a fantastic opportunity with the curricula being revamped. And this doesn't happen regularly in countries. So that is a huge opportunity to really work systemically with the government, NGOs, academia, private sector, all working together to mainstream climate education within the schools. Saudi Arabia has launched also the Saudi Green Initiative in Saudi Arabia, but also the MENA Green Initiative. So the commitment is there, the financing is there. I think it's about how can it be, or how can it bring a systemic change so that every child in Saudi Arabia has access to climate education and has the opportunity to influence and lead action.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I can only echo that, but I would add a few more things. I would like to see, as a result of this, it's a fantastic opportunity now that COP16 is here in Riyadh, with a lot of money being spent on education as part of the Vision 2030. It's a golden opportunity to make this a golden thread throughout the curriculum, every single subject, at every single year group, and that is well possible. It's a beauty to see that the nation in Saudi is so young, therefore so receptive to change, and as we've just heard, there is no other country where it would fall onto such fertile ground. But let me just reiterate what I said before. We must not forget, it's not only the knowledge that the children need to have on what is needed and in order to make the world more sustainable and to make sure we are more aware of the climate change and what's happening. It's also the skills to do something about it and the decision-making power to do something about it and to work collaboratively with it. That takes a complete change when it comes to the redesign of the curriculum on what are the skills that actually are required and how do we teach them in every single subject, and building up step by step from kindergarten all the way through to grade 12. But there's, as we've just heard, and I completely agree, there is no other country in the world where the conditions are so well set for doing that right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stefan. Iman.
I'd like to end with one thing. Let's all nurture each other from all ages, of all cultures, because we have a common future.
Thank you so much. I would love to hear from our audience. If any of you have any questions for our panelists, they're here to answer your questions. So please feel free if you have any questions. We have the mics here.
Hello, thank you so much. I know you've spoken quite in depth on the conditions in Saudi and it being fertile ground, but I think education is kind of like you say, we're all connected, it's a common future. So how do we start to scale some of what's been showing up as good best practice in Saudi and actually find a way to integrate that into a more holistic curriculum for youth worldwide?
That's a very complex question that you're asking there, and I think the work has started. I think in the Ministry of Education, stock has been taken on what we have and what we don't have, and there's a lot that we don't have, particularly in government schools. But there's a reason why so many foreign schools have been invited to settle in the area of Riyadh, but also around Saudi. And there's a very strong intent to make sure that the best practice that these foreign schools, be they British schools, American schools, French schools, Japanese schools, whatever they are, the good practice that they bring with them, for that to be shared. Shared amongst each other, that's other foreign schools, but also shared with national schools. There's a bit of a language barrier there, because don't forget that in national schools, of course, the language of instruction is Arabic, while in a lot of these foreign schools, the language of instruction is English, or indeed French, or whatever the school is from. But that's being addressed as well, because the Saudi population are much more at it in learning English. So younger children are much more able to speak English than previous generations were. And of course, with the proliferation of English on social media, that will help with that too. This will be a process, what you said there, but the process has started. What also needs looking at in the curriculum is not only what's being taught, but when it comes to best practice, what I've just said, that foreign schools bring in, is also the type of learning, and I mentioned that before, which is active learning as opposed to passive learning. In Saudi Arabia, in government schools, there's still too much passive learning, meaning the teacher says something and the children repeat, and that's then being asked in the exams. That in most Western countries and international education is not considered education. You're learning concepts by doing, and in examinations, you are not asked to repeat those concepts, you are asked to use those concepts to solve a problem. And that is what needs to come into this education as well. And I know it because at these schools we're doing it like that, but we have a lot of scholars who come from national schools, and sometimes they don't come until grade 11. So they've had national schools for quite a long time and always done very well, but one type of learning. And all of a sudden, when the learning type changes and you are asked to think and asked to come up with a solution on the basis of what you've learned, rather than repeating what you've learned, that's a different skill. And it takes them quite a while to get used to that. Of course they do, and they could do very quickly, which is proof that this is just a matter of how we do it. Of course they will be able to do it, and which is why at Miss Schools, and we have our parents say that all the time, they sometimes have children at Miss Schools and other children at other schools, and they say they're very different people. They're very different people, they're confident, they speak openly, they're happy to discuss, they speak freely, they don't need a script because they are very confident use of their language. They have a lot of vocabulary which gives them agility of expression and all that kind of thing. That is all things that need to come into Saudi education. Some of them have that already, but that needs to be proliferated, so everybody needs to do that. The good thing is the Ministry of Education have recognized that, and they are trying desperately to learn the best practice. And we see that in ETEC, for instance, the National Evaluation Commission, and the way they accredit schools, and Miss Schools have been accredited by ETEC, is very interesting, because it's very much focused on outcomes, meaning what is it that you have learned to what outcomes? So what you actually know and what can you do? And that's how a school is assessed, rather than is it the kind of knowledge that what we want you to have done? No. Does it lead to the outcomes that we want to see at the end of the day? So I think all the scene is set, and what you've just mentioned will be happening, but education is a long-term business. It is not the kind of thing you snap a finger and tomorrow it will all be happening. And the country is large, almost 40 million, so it will take a while. But I think the scene is set for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stefan. If any of the panelists would like to add, yes, please.
I'd like to share some thoughts and also engage Dr. Stefan here on the discussion, because you raised a really good point on how we have this global mission, but at the same time, it's always more effective to have a personalized learning, right? How could we balance the two between personalized learning and standards?
You're making a very important
I love
point.
that, Iman. You're asking Dr. Stefan.
Yeah. And I've got to say, you're making a very good point. Personalized learning, in fact, is even part of our main KPIs at Miss Schools. And I tell you how that's being done. What will help in the future is AI, and we are already using AI a lot for that, so that children can learn at their own speed. It's a bit technical now, but just try and understand. Learning is a complex business, and learning, when you learn something new, it needs to be hooked onto something that already exists. But although the children might be sitting in the same class and have the same kind of lessons day in, day out, that hook might not quite be the same, because children learn at different speeds. And we're using AI to find that hook. Let's say you're a scientist, the children are learning forces in physics, let's say in grade 8 or whatever. And they're learning forces, and the lesson starts. But the children, what's being taught about forces needs to have a hook over where is it that we were last time around. And of course, in the old days, the teacher would have spent some time finding, what's the common ground, where were we? No? Now they might all be at different stages because they might have different levels of what they remember from last lesson or the lessons before and that kind of thing. And AI helps that by asking questions, asking deep-rooted questions, and that is silently, so the student doesn't know what the other student's doing until the hook's found. And then the AI asks other questions to build up that knowledge until what the teacher is then on about in that class is being found. And that lesson, of course, is not happening by upfront teaching. I tell you something that you then need to remember. No, you work it out yourselves. But in the first instance, the hook's being found. And the reason why the hook is so important is because knowledge is like knitting a jumper. And if you don't hook that into the loop that you had before, the jumper will unravel. And that's the same with knowledge. If you don't find that hook, that piece of knowledge that you just taught might be there for a day, for 2 days, for 3 days, however good your short or long-term memory is, but eventually it will unravel. But what you have hooked on and therefore understand fully, that will stay for a much longer period of time. And if you keep doing that and keep hooking, the pieces that were hooked onto will always be remembered for a very long period of time. And that, of course, enhances the use of that knowledge again, and with it help develop the skill that's required in order to develop further knowledge on that, in that aspect. And that's something that personalized learning will do. We do it with AI, but of course it can also be done in the classroom if you don't want to use AI. But fact is, artificial intelligence is here to stay, and it will be there. And I know there are some schools that are quite scared of it. They say, oh, well, it's all cheating. I don't think so. There's a reason why at home we don't have a loom anymore. You know, in the 15th century, people had a loom because they had to weave their own clothes. Nobody's doing that these days, unless you have that as a hobby, because we can go to shop and buy our clothes and buy our fabric. And that's the same with AI. Why should we not use it if it's there? And fact is, it is there, and the children will be using it. It's our responsibility as educators that they learn how to use it proactively to enhance their knowledge, because the time that's being spent in school needs to be spent on the students learning skills that will enable them to always be a step ahead of AI in the way of what AI next needs to do. Because let's not forget, AI already make decisions, and they already make complex decisions. But we also need to be always aware that it needs to be decisions that are in the interest of humanity, rather than not. So this is a very complex system, and we in schools are responsible for making sure that children are able to do that. Therefore, I don't think they should learn anything in schools that they could look up on their phone in 2 seconds. Yet, at the moment, we're still spending too much time on that. So it's a wider thing, but personalized learning comes into that. In the future, every single child in a class learning should be personalized. They should all be on the same topic, but they should all be learning in slightly different ways, because that is the way forward. And AI allows us to do that, because otherwise we would have had 5 teachers in every classroom, which we know is unaffordable. But with AI, this is affordable, and that's the way it's going. I'm sure, will have to be done.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stefan. That was very insightful. Can we have one more question from Dr. Badur?
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for all the panelists for the great insight and information we have today. I have one question regarding the skills. So everyone mentioned the skills for what we need is more important than information or the knowledge. So what do you think of the skill? Do you think we will have a specific skill regarding sustainability and climate change and whatever? Or we could have the same skill set that we're having today, and we combine them and we say, this is a skill set for sustainability. So this is, I think, regarding a lot of educators thinking of that. So I would like to hear your insight regarding this.
With my colleagues in the sustainability profession, I've noticed that within the huge demand of the kingdom, there is a huge gap of skill set within so many people calling themselves sustainability professionals today. Because I've witnessed there is a lack of systematic thinking and interdisciplinary thinking approach. Yes, we know that climate is a global challenge, but it has so much aspects to it, including climate injustice, how it affects our health, our economy, vulnerable peoples, our social structure. And so sometimes, and we don't want to repeat the same mistakes that we did as humanity, because our superficial look and short-time desire for outcomes is what made us to this situation today. So I always advocate for strategic, systematic thinking approach into any challenge. And I think there is a huge gap, and we still need to invest more on strategic, systematic thinking approach, where we definitely will build on the previous skills, but we need more and more agile workers today to always jump within this twin revolution of AI and biotech, and that will dramatically change how we live. And it's already changing how we live today. So definitely we need to build fast and smart.
I would like to add the skills that we need to actually focus on are the 21st century skills. And maybe a lot of you hear about this nowadays. What are they? They're very simple skills that everyone needs it, not just we need to build it in children, which is creative thinking, creative problem solving, strategic thinking, scientific thinking, research skills, communication, emotional intelligence. These are the skills that our children need, not just to solve climate challenges or problems or sustainability, but any future problems. As the speakers mentioned, we're going to face a lot of challenges that we don't know about in the next 30, 50, 70 years, and we need our children to be ready for that, and these are the skills that they need because they can apply it anywhere. The trick is that they shouldn't compartmentalize it, which is basically putting it in boxes. So some of the approaches now is, okay, now I'm going to study about science, and now I'm going to study about language, for example, and then art. And then I would need to learn how to apply these skills in all the subjects, and not just, get out of science class and then stop thinking scientifically and then go into math and start thinking mathematically. It doesn't work this way. And I think this is the change that we need to see in our curriculums and in our teacher development programs.
Dr. Stefan Jumana, would you like to add something?
I completely agree with that. As I mentioned before, the skill set of our children needs to be transferable, and that's really what we've just heard. So I don't think there's a particular skill set for sustainability and climate change. That's the skills that we've mentioned many times before. We've just heard them again: communication skills, critical thinking skills, and creative thinking skills. It's interesting, you see, when we say, oh, we need our children to be creative, but actually knowledge acquisition needs to be creative. The manipulation of knowledge needs to be creative. So it's creativity of thought. You're coming up with an idea, and to use that, it's the essence of critical thinking, that you've picked up a thinking mode in science, and you use that for something else, for humanity, and for sustainability, for climate change, for instance. And that is very, very important. That techniques is also a skill, and these skills also need to be transferable. So that is at the moment, I need to come back to that again, to the curriculum, is not in the national curriculum here in Saudi, is not something that's done. Interdisciplinary thinking is the only thinking that children will be required to do later on. Nobody, once they leave school at the moment, nobody is asking them just to do maths. Nobody's asking them just to do physics or just to do Arabic. No, they do all of that at the same time, solving a problem. And at the moment, the children don't learn that. Coming back to Miss Schools, we as a school physically are designed for interdisciplinary learning. So when you come to the school, so it's not just classrooms, it's a lot of open spaces, and they're there so that children who might have learned science or physics or whatever it is, and others who've learned art, work together and come together on a project, because that's the reality. That is what we do. That is what children need to do. And that is what, in the changes that we'll be seeing here in Saudi, in the curriculum design to enable Vision 2030 and to make sure that the schools produce children of skills and knowledge that are fit for the 21st century and for the realization of Vision 2030, that is important for them to do. Interdisciplinary learning, using the skills they learn in one subject, if we call it that way, for another. And combining also the subjects into solving a problem. And that's different thinking skills, because critical thinking in science is different from critical thinking in maths, and is different from critical thinking in Arabic or in literature. This is a different skill. It's a novelty. It's a novelty of thought. When you bring in a new idea and you incorporate a solution or the beginning of a solution, all of that is critical thinking, which is subject specific. And the combination of all of that is really what the children need. The combination of critical thinking skills in all the different subject areas, all mixed together. That's what they really need, including cooperation with others, collaboration with other children, which again, in the country's curriculum, needs to be an examination, a way of examining, so that children are being examined on how well they're working on a project with other children. And I think these models already exist in some countries, and I think it's very important that it comes into here as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stefan. We have one more question, please.
Hello, everyone. It's my honor just to share something which I heard from all the gentlemen and ladies. And I'm from China. And according to education, actually, according to our own experience in China, education is much harder and competition much higher than all of the other world. But here, just in Saudi, for this vision to planting 10 billion trees, actually it's attracting so many attraction from the whole world. I think all the scientists and the company will gather to Saudi to employ this chance. Also, according to just education, based on education, usually actually practice makes the perfect. If usually to do something is more important than education itself. According to just recently the topic for climate change, the major thing is to planting trees. Actually, our company is from China, a very small company. We bring some innovative product to Saudi. One is water returning agent. Another one is waterproof sand and waterproof mortar. Three of them is very unique recently. And we are searching for, because we want to localize, cooperate with local university and college in order to access the application of the new materials. We have all the test reports, everything researched in China. But in order to use in wide use in the Saudi, we would like to just work with some of the university who have the lab. Then we can both to make number one, to make a better product. Number two, just to test all the data we get from China lab. That one is correct, so that it can be very easy to achieve the goal to planting trees. Because our product in China, we can reach just the survival rate of the trees up to the 95%. And 1 gram of the powders can store just up to, in lab is 1.5 liter waters. So commercial right now we put the 1 gram can absorb 0.8 liter waters. So that one will be, so we can provide the testing field in just Kingdom Park or something else. And we would like to work with the researcher or let some pilot student to work together with us. And so my question is, any just university have such kind of lab we can work together, and we can share part of our research and in order to accelerate the application of these new materials.
Thank you so much for your input and for your for your input. I would like to leave this discussion after the session. You can network with the panelists and we can check what are the areas of collaborations that we can do together. And welcome to Saudi Arabia. As we come to the end to this panel, I would like to conclude this discussion, this fruitful discussion, in saying that I think now we know that educators play a key role in fostering a climate resilient future. And that by empowering educators, we're not only preparing them for today's challenges, but we're helping them to foster a future of climate advocates, leaders. Basma, Jumana, Dr. Stefan, Iman, thank you so much for being here today, and thank you for joining us in this panel. And for our fellow audience, thank you so much for being here, and we hope that you enjoy the rest of COP16. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Basma.
أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نبدأ الآن مراسم توقيع الاتفاقيات بين المركز الوطني لتنمية الغطاء النباتي ومكافحة التصحر وعدد من الجهات الأخرى. الاتفاقية الأولى بين المركز الوطني لتنمية الغطاء النباتي ومكافحة التصحر يمثله سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي للمركز الدكتور خالد العبد القادر، والمركز الوطني لتنمية الحياة الفطرية ويمثله سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي الدكتور محمد علي قربان. ندعو أصحاب السعادة لتوقيع الاتفاقيات. الاتفاقية الثانية بين المركز الوطني لتنمية الغطاء النباتي ومكافحة التصحر يمثله سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي الدكتور خالد العبد القادر وشركة المربع الجديد ويمثله سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي الأستاذ مايكل دايك. الاتفاقية الثالثة بين المركز الوطني لتنمية الغطاء النباتي ومكافحة التصحر، ويمثله سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي الدكتور خالد العبد القادر، والشركة السعودية للصناعات الجيرية، ويمثلها سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي المهندس فهد الرشيدي. ندعوكم لالتقاط الصورة التذكارية. أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، شاكرين لكم حضوركم، ونتطلع أن تسفر هذه الاتفاقيات عن تعاون مثمر بين الجهات. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Hello. Oops. Nice to meet you, Bradley. Yes. Sorry about that. I think we're just going to come up, and I'm on the mic, so. Yeah. Can come up on this. Can come up. Okay, so this is on. How should we do the seating? Can you help me now? Yeah, Maya is going to show. Mm-hmm. So, yes.
Ahmad from UNDP didn't show yet.
Mm-hmm. Can't talk. Okay. Nice to see you again. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're going to start the session. Thank you very much for those who have waited a few minutes for us to start, and thank you very much for being here with us this afternoon here at COP16. My name is Åsa Johnson. I'm working with the United Nations Human Settlements Program, UN Habitat, and I'm heading a global alliance that is facilitated by UN Habitat, known as GWOPA. It's the Global Water Operators Partnerships Alliance, that is really, in its essence, a global capacity development program between water and sanitation utilities in peer-to-peer partnerships of capacity development, which we will have an opportunity perhaps to explore a little bit more as we have this session here together. I will just say a few brief words because I really want to make sure to go straight into our distinguished panel here today and start by just reminding us of some of the discussions that I'm sure we're all capturing together here at COP16 around the three or more different pathways, including land restoration, agri-food systems, and then drought and water resilience that has been highlighted, for example, in the Riyadh Action Agenda that some of you may be following. But then very importantly, in the center of that are people. And when we're talking about all these different range of issues, whether it's institutional strengthening, governance, or technical solutions across all the different streams of specificities around COP16, we cannot forget the people and the capacity of those people and the institutions and the capacity and the enabling environment where different actors are working in trying to deal with these serious issues of desertification, land degradation, and drought. And in terms of just framing ourselves, we know that 25% of the world live in areas suffering from extreme water shortages, leave alone the statistics around all the millions and billions that don't have adequate water and sanitation globally. What we're going to be discussing here today is how these kind of capacity development efforts look like, what are some of the good practices that we have, how can it be financed, and how can it be scaled up? And from UN Habitat's side, this is a very significant discourse to have. We are at the eve of developing a new strategic plan. And in that strategic plan, the right to adequate housing, of which water is a fundamental part, is going to be central. And together with partners, we cannot deliver on this mandate without looking at capacity development. So I am really honored to have a very diverse and multi-stakeholder, intentionally designed multi-stakeholder panel here with us. I will be introducing the speakers one by one, but just as an immediate introduction, we have our Deputy Executive Director of UN Habitat. We have our minister from Egypt, His Excellency Professor Dr. Hani Sawilam, Minister of Water Resources and Integration of Egypt, giving the national government perspective. Then we have our representative from the Islamic Development Bank, so coming from the Development Bank's perspective, Mr. Bradley Todd Hiller. And we have from the German Development Corporation, from GIZ, Jonathan Sheeran with us, who is an advisor in the sector program of resilient landscapes. And then we have a very important voice also on this panel from the Huayro Commission that represents a women-led grassroots coalition globally, Ms. Mino Ramorason, who is a global land advisor. So welcome to all our panelists, and let's go straight into introducing our key opening speaker from the United Nations side, which is our Deputy Executive Director, Dr. Michael Mlinar, who is a seasoned diplomat and educator with almost 30 years of experience in senior global assignments. And before taking his position at UN Habitat, was Slovakia's ambassador and permanent representative to the UN in New York. And he's also served as Director General for International Organizations and Development Cooperation and Humanitarian Aid at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Slovak Republic. We're honored to have you with us at COP16 today and for you to be here to share your reflections on the topic of capacity development. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, Osa. Excellency, Minister, fellow panelists, distinguished colleagues, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I know that the COP16 has been very busy and very demanding for you, and we are very happy to bring to your attention also a session focused on capacity development to really more effectively manage water to combat desertification and achieve SDG 6. I'm very happy to join you for a while at least to engage in this important discussion. As I'm sure you have heard during the COP16 already and the previous COPs on climate and biodiversity this year, water is not just a resource, it is the livelihood of our planet. It plays an indispensable role in preventing desertification by sustaining plant life, maintaining soil moisture, and averting land degradation. It is a cornerstone of agriculture, a necessity for human survival, and protector of maintaining ecosystems during times of drought. And of course, it is the blue thread, so to say, across the COPs that have all been happening this year. Access to safe and reliable water and safely managed sanitation is indeed a central focus of UN Habitat's strategic plan preparations for 2026-2029 as part of our commitment to adequate housing and all related basic services, as well as promoting more water-centered urban planning and urban water resilience. We are really thankful to the Arab Republic of Egypt for recently hosting our 12th session of the World Urban Forum in Cairo, which brought together in person more than 25,000 participants for a week of really intense and super interesting conversations around all different policy issues related to urban development, local solutions, and many other topics. And of course, water, sanitation, and urban basic services have also been very much at the heart of those discussions. So somehow I see really a strong connection between our discussions in Cairo and the different COPs that have been happening around the same time. But also, of course, the desertification context, which really is based on water-related solutions. You can hardly separate one from the other, and really it aligns well with the reaffirmations made by member states during the 2024 Summit of the Future in New York to tackle water scarcity and sustainably manage water resources, ensuring clean, safe water, sanitation, and hygiene for all. And particularly in the Middle East and North Africa region, where we are convened for COP16 and where the realities of water stress demand immediate action, it cannot be more timely. It is estimated that 83% of the population in the MENA region faces extreme water stress, while the availability of fresh water has decreased by 2/3 over the past 40 years and will further halve by 2050, according to projections. I don't think we need another wake-up call, or we need another strong reminder about the crucial importance of these issues. This event today is focused on capacity development, and as I'm sure we will hear from the distinguished panelists, capacity development needs to focus on collaboration among communities, water and sanitation providers, and this is where UN Habitat has been playing a key role through our efforts. And Osa, who is moderating the event, she's the head of what we call GWAPA, our office which focuses on the partnership of water operators, which is based in Bonn in Germany. Of course, you know, all that bringing together the providers, the regulators, watershed managers, and governments to effectively combat desertification and achieve SDG 6. We really need to prioritize collective capacity development, meaning empowering communities, water providers, regulators, policymakers to work collaboratively, sharing knowledge, resources, and solutions. So the capacity development really is at the center of enhancing the technical, operational, and institutional ability to manage water sustainably, ensuring resilient and equitable outcomes. By fostering mutual learning and building local expertise, we strengthen our collective ability to protect this precious resource, restore, degrade lands, and build a sustainable future. And of course, from our office in Bonn, GWAPA, we always stand ready to continue facilitating the capacity building and serving as an actor that supports many in this important partnership. Celebrating 15 years already, GWAPA has been a beacon of local actions, empowering essential water and sanitation operators, 9 in 10 of which are public. So, of course, that's an important context also to bear in mind. Today, with 160 institutional members and 2,000 individual members, we celebrate the strength of our partnership and our unwavering commitment to our shared mission. I'm delighted to see this approach become a mainstream strategy to accelerate capacities needed to achieve not only SDG 6, but also SDG 11, in particular 11.1, ensuring access to adequate, safe, and affordable housing and basic services. And really special thanks also to the federal government of Germany for supporting and hosting GWOPA in the UN campus in Bonn. UN Habitat is dedicated to advancing the water action agenda from the UN 2023 Water Conference, where we have committed ourselves to a few key aspects: scaling up water operators, partnerships between water and sanitation operators, tackling wastewater pollution, promoting climate resilient infrastructure, and supporting biannual update of the UN Habitat Global Report on sanitation and wastewater in cities and human settlements. So, you know, a lot of practical operating work and practical focus. We are now exploring, as UN Habitat, the possibilities of establishing an SDG 6 accelerator center for the MENA region. Certainly happy to continue engaging with the region and the actors in it to see how to better leverage the existing cooperation and, of course, bring it to the next level. In closing, let me highlight that our present and future are undeniably urban. Cities can be engines of prosperity, innovation, and positive transformation, or they can fall prey to inequity and despair. The path we choose for our cities will shape the future of our planet undoubtedly. Well-planned, well-managed urbanization, well-managed resources such as water, and well-governed cities, they make all the difference between those two scenarios. And of course, we at UN Habitat are proud to have co-hosted together with UNCCD, ICLEI, and UCLG the Mayors Forum here at COP16, and we stay committed to strengthen the engagements with local and regional governments in our efforts. The Mayors Forum will be taking place on Friday, so if you can kindly join us this Friday during the COP16, we'll be happy to see you there. We call on all governments and development partners to invest in capacity development for sustainable urban development, including strengthening the water management to address desertification. We are happy to support these efforts and we look forward to a very fruitful and impactful event and discussions during this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think this is, is the mic working? I'm not sure. Yes, the mic is working now. Thank you very much, Dr. Mlinar, for elevating the topic of water here and for truly being a great ambassador within UN Habitat and our member states when it comes to water. I myself remember very fondly one of your first missions, which was to Germany in Bonn for the GWOPA Congress. And it's great to have you here with us to continue our advocacy really in addressing capacity development for water. We will be going to another great champion when it comes to capacity development and addressing SDG 6. And it's really a great pleasure to now give the floor to our keynote speaker, His Excellency Professor Dr. Hani Sebilam, who, for those who've just joined us here, is the Minister of Water Resources and Irrigation of Egypt. He's also the president of the African Ministers' Council on Water, AMCAV, so representing here a more regional continental role as well, and the chairman of the Executive Office of the Arab Ministerial Water Council. Thank you very much for joining us on this panel, and the floor is yours, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much for the invitation in this very important session, and also thanks for reminding me of my time in the UN campus in Bonn. A great time, and great time to be also with you today. And appreciate having capacity building as a topic of this session, because as an AMCAO president, we feel that we are committed to enhance the capacity of the water stakeholders in Africa, but also in the Middle East. And I'm also the president of the executive office of the water ministers in the Arab region, so we have commitment to the Arab region to achieve. And I think the COP27 in Egypt was really a turning point in putting water at the heart of climate action and putting water on the international agenda, because, as you all know, the previous 26 COPs, they were focusing mainly on energy and CO2 emission, and somehow ignoring that the water is the most impacted sector by the climate change. And I think together with our network, we were successful to put water on the climate agenda. And if you remember that it was the first time ever in the COP's history that water was cited 5 times in the cover decision of the COP27. And I think that was a starting point of positioning water at the heart of climate action. And then we moved to the COP28, which was also further considered, and water and food in COP29. And here in this COP, water is a central issue, and I appreciate and thank the role of the UN Habitat, the GIZ, and many of the UN agencies who are contributing in this. We also wanted in the COP27 to make contribution to the capacity building of the African continent, especially the water professionals and the different stakeholders in the water sector, by launching the global initiative of AWARE, which stands for Actions for Water Adaptation and Resilience. And it's, yes, it was launched in Egypt, but it's a global initiative. And the global initiative started very slowly, and this is one of the good practices that I have to mention in such an event. We want actions on the ground. We don't want to develop more and more policies and strategies. We have enough strategies and policies. And when we started the initiative and talking to different countries, there were many sensitivities. Again, is the wording of the text, and of course you're coming from the UN and you know the story of wording and terminologies and political dimensions. So we have decided to make the AWARE initiative document not a legally binding document, and any country can join by just sending an expression of interest. The initiative itself has different pillars, including, of course, water, drinking water, and sanitation, and irrigation, and green water, etc. So even if you're not agreement with one of the pillars, you don't have to join all the pillars. Select the pillar that you want, because we want actions. We want to have as many stakeholders as possible in order to implement actions on the ground. Since we decided this, we have now 30 plus countries are officially joining the initiative. We have mobilized funding for training and enhancing the capacity of 3,000 candidates from the African continent, funded from the USAID, and we started the implementation already. So we completed training 300, and we are going to complete the 3,000 participants in the coming 3 years. We have mobilized funding to have a headquarter in Geneva, hosted by the WMO. So all of these just to release the countries from the legal commitment and the complexities. The Egyptian government has already donated the entire training center in Cairo that was allocated from our ministry for this initiative, only for training and capacity building of colleagues from the African continent and different developing countries. Training is going on and hosting almost every month new group from the African continent, from different countries, to come and build the capacity. So we really need to have a serious actions on the ground to enhance the capacity of municipalities, irrigation systems, etc. One of the important aspects when it comes to capacity building and better managing our water resources is digital transformation. And digital transformation is an important sector, and here I might take only the case of Egypt and what we are doing as a Minister of Water Resources in our ministry to move to the digital world and also utilize the techniques like the AI. I was just in another session mentioning that artificial intelligence is offering us a great opportunity when it comes to the water sector. In the ministry, we are using artificial intelligence of capturing the experience of our seniors in the ministry before they retire, because we have significant lack of engineers. So we use a training set from the experience of the current generation, train our model to be able to distribute the water in the country based on the experience of the people who are disappearing over time. And we try to introduce this. So imagine moving to the artificial intelligence in a ministry that's, of course, used to use the traditional approaches of manpower to distribute water, and the network is getting more complicated. And I can say the pilot we implemented is giving us a very interesting results, and the hope that we can move entirely to AI water distribution in the entire country in the coming years. Also, digitalizing our network and having a full database, we have a very good experience in this of fighting corruption. Transparency that is provided by having everything on the database. You can see everything happening, contracts everywhere in the country, how the engineers are following the time plan for implementing projects, etc. From the headquarters, you have full control over the entire sectors in the different governorates, because we are covering the entire country. Just to give you the feeling, we have 74,000 employees in our ministry, so it's not a small, it's a kind of city, a German city here in our ministry in Egypt. So digital transformation, I would really recommend always as one of the institutional capacity development type of actions. And there are enough platforms and enough techniques free of charge. And I mean, one of the free of charge platforms that we are using now is the D-Africa. It's an Australian platform. We have made a very good experience with this. It helps us to manage water resources, to capture and to analyze different satellite images, and it's totally free of charge. So such tools for capacity building are really very important when it comes to managing water resources in a more efficient way. Governance and stressing on the governance in our water management is very important. And the task was how to connect every single farmer and every water user in the country to the decision-making, and how to involve the people to have at the end a participatory decision-making process. We always talk about it for our students in the university, but when it comes to implementation, sometimes we forgot this. But honestly, participatory approach for decision-making is now becoming a reality in Egypt, because we have formed 6,200 water user associations, and each water user association has a representative, and for each governorate, there is only one representative of all the water user associations, and it aggregates to reach the National Water Council led by the Prime Minister, which means each farmer in the country has the opportunity to raise his or her voice to reach the Prime Minister in the decision-making process. And this is, I cannot report about the experience, whether it's super or good or very good or not that good, because we just started, but at least we have a structure that links the farmers together, cooperate, and they are now a legal entity that they can open a bank account. Things that we have been dreaming of for years are becoming now a reality when it comes to participatory decision-making approach. The last point, because I know I exceeded already my time, is raising the awareness. And raising the awareness, it's not only about engineers and training them and professionals, it's about the public. We have to raise the awareness of the public. People still, although we are a very arid region and we are really suffering from the water scarcity in the region, I can tell you, big portion of the population, they don't feel the scarcity. People, they feel the scarcity only when they open the water tap and there is no water. That's the only situation that they feel how serious it is. As long as they see the River Nile is still flowing with water, it's okay, we are happy. But people, they have to understand that there is a water shortage, there is a role to each one, for each one of us to play, and that's why we have a campaign now nationwide for all, targeting all the stakeholders. We have identified which communication channels we have to the public, to the farmers, to the water users at home, etc., in order to be able to reach them through the social media, through the radio, the TV, and all the open channels in order to achieve that. And hopefully, in such a platform like the COP16 and the great effort that is now done by the Saudi Arabia, and also the technologies that are evolving and becoming more and more applicable in the region, like new techniques for desalination, new techniques for water recycling. All of these are really helping us to face the water challenges and overcome the challenges of increasing population and climate change. And I'm very optimistic about this. I appreciate and thank the UN Habitat and all the participants in this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our Minister of Water Resources and Irrigation. Thank you for so eloquently showing us just, in a few minutes, the breadth of the type of areas that we need to address when we're looking at capacity building. You've been covering, first of all, the scale of things that need to be done, the very good example of the over 30 countries involved on the regional level in Africa. I think this is the kind of scale and the kind of investment of scale that we need to address the capacity development gap to reach SDG 6 and related SDGs. But then showing us with very concrete examples everything from participatory mechanisms of farmers to the role of digitalization in the water sector. So thank you very much for that. And we very much appreciate your presence here. And we also understand that you may need to be leaving shortly, as well, our Deputy Executive Director as well. I want to go to the next speaker now and hear from the Islamic Development Bank as another significant player, of course, when it comes to the funding opportunities and scaling up the need of strengthened institutional capacity with water. So we have with us Bradley Todd-Hiller, who is the lead climate mitigation specialist, climate change and environment resilience in the Climate Action Department of the Islamic Development Bank, who brings over 20 years of experience gained in international development and corporate sustainability sectors, and working now across 57 member countries on climate efforts. We're really pleased to have you with us as well. And I would like to hear, and for you to share with the audience here, from your point of view, sitting with the Islamic Development Bank, what innovative financing models can support capacity development efforts for water resilience, and in particular, of course, here in the MENA context of extreme water stress? Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me, and congratulations on this event. I think it's very important. Capacity building is a real key, even for financial institutions like ours. So I think something that's important, the Islamic Development Bank is a multilateral development bank, so you might be familiar with the World Bank Group or African Development Bank. So we're also an MDB. And although the MDBs are well known for their financing capacities, many other elements that we are engaged in include knowledge generation and exchange, capacity building or development itself, technical assistance, policy support as well. So I think it's important that, that we cover some of these topics. So I'll delve into a few of these just to give you some examples of the sort of things that we're doing. So at this COP, for example, we supported the Finance Day, which was held partly on the 3rd of December, but also tomorrow. So stick around for this. We'll be talking more about finance. But as part of that, we launched something which we called an innovative finance framework for sustainable dryland development. And the idea behind this was to explore different public, private and blended finance modalities which can be used to support sustainable dryland development, particularly across different phases of development. So for example, perhaps when we look at sustainable productivity or resilient development as one phase. Another, we look at bracing for shock, so recognising that droughts and other shock events do occur in drylands, and how can we prepare for those before they occur. And then the last phase is around transitioning back from recovering from a shock and then back to that sustainable development phase. So looking at different finance modalities and other things that are vehicles that can be useful in that context. We've also recently in the MENA region, we conducted a quantitative modelling study with the International Labour Organization, looking at what impacts there would be on economies and particularly socio-economic impacts, so impacts on people, if countries in the MENA region meet their NDC goals. So how will the economies transition? Which sectors will increase employment opportunities and which sectors may decrease? And by knowing this, all forecasts have some elements of inaccuracies, but knowing general trends, we may be able to train our youth and build capacities in sectors we know that are expanding and reduce in sectors that are reducing. The other thing we're also doing on just transition, is introducing the concept of just land transition. So we've worked on a paper with the UNCCD. Many people, again, will be familiar with just energy transition, which is critical to reduce emissions, but many more people will be affected in the land sector by climate impacts, but also potential transitions to restoration or to different forms of agricultural production. Specifically at the Islamic Development Bank, we have a capacity building and knowledge exchange mechanism, which we call the reverse linkage mechanism. And so the idea behind this is that we share experiences between countries where they've had successful experiences on a topic, which could be around water scarcity or new technologies, and then share that with a country that is seeking that information so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel. And then we can exchange capacities and strengthen collaborations between countries. If I go to financing, which we are a bank at the end of the day, but some examples of investments, but also of different financing modalities that we use. In recent months, we approved, I think, over $1 billion in water security support to Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan. And so this is really linking water security with food security in these cases, and helping to overcome some of the scarcity and the shock events that I've talked about and Professor from Egypt also mentioned. And here at the COP, as part of this Riyadh Global Drought Resilience Partnership, the Islamic Development Bank committed to aligning $1 billion worth of its pipeline towards drought resilience to 2030. So these are some major initiatives that we've been engaged in recently. And just the last points I'll make is just around innovative financing. So we might be familiar with sort of traditional financing, and this can be useful for a lot of different elements. But as we encounter different challenges, we also need to evolve some of the financing modalities as well. So at the Islamic Development Bank, we have something called Green and Sustainability Sukuk, which are the equivalent of green and sustainability bonds from an Islamic financing perspective. We're also working on something called Takaful, which is Islamic insurance, and we're looking at this in the context of smallholder farmers and pastoralists who are increasingly exposed to drought and other shocks. And if they don't have some form of insurance, then those sort of events can plunge them deeper into poverty and can make it more difficult to re-emerge from that. So we think that some sort of safety net there can be very useful. And then the last example I'll give is the Islamic Development Bank blends its concessional financing with philanthropic grant financing from the Gates Foundation to form something called the Lives and Livelihoods Fund. And the idea of this fund is that it aims to reach the poorest of the poor, in essence, the most vulnerable communities, to reach them for support in agriculture and water security, healthcare and basic services. And as part of that, we're looking at Islamic microfinance to help support some of the individuals and the MSMEs, or the micro and small and medium enterprises. So that's a bit of an example. So certainly capacity building is a big part, and knowledge generation is a big part of our work. And then what we try to do then is then link that with either traditional or innovative financing modalities to address some of these emerging and increasing challenges. So I'll stop there and happy to take questions afterwards if there's opportunity. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. And for those of you in the audience, please think about your questions. I'll be getting back to you. We've just heard from the Islamic Development Bank, really a wide set of efforts that you're engaging here related to COP16. So really great interest to hear, and thank you for sharing here. We're going to move to another development partner, more bilateral engagement, and from the German GIZ. And it's really also a delight for me to have you here with us, Jonathan Sheeran, who is an advisor, sector program, Resilient Landscapes at GIZ in the Division of Rural Development. And I look for, you've specialized in water resource management, hydrological modeling, and climate resilience. And we would like to hear from you how, from GIZ's perspective, can capacity development efforts be best designed to empower communities and local stakeholders to manage water resources more sustainably and combat desertification? And also specifically, if you can comment a bit on how public-private community partnerships look like. Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. It's an honor for me to be here. And I'm also glad that His Excellency Mr. Zevilam, who's not here anymore, has introduced the topic of capacity gap in the water sector. I'll be talking about that. And he also was my professor in Aachen, so it was a bit of a reunion for me. Yeah, but I also want to thank the host for organizing this event, and I would like to express on behalf of Juliane, our team leader, she's sending kind regards and apologies. She's urgently needed elsewhere right now, so I will be representing her on this panel. And yeah, now coming to your question, I think we can draw some inspiration from some of our successful initiatives in the German, as you also noted, mostly bilateral development cooperation. And one of these examples is the Water and Wastewater Companies for Climate Mitigation initiative. And capacity building is at the heart of this initiative, as the key approach is to identify in water and wastewater companies climate-related gaps and needs with respect to the infrastructure, but also with respect to the services. And the approach is then to identify those and to have efficient and targeted measures in capacity building to address these gaps. And one example for that could be to optimize energy use and to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, because we're aiming both at increasing the climate resilience but also at driving climate mitigation. So we have like a combined approach there. And I'll continue with another example, which is in Zambia, and it's the Integrated Water Resource Management Initiative in the Lower Kafue Basin, which is a region that is not necessarily water scarce as in the MENA region, but it's becoming more water scarce. And what we're aiming to do here is to strengthen local capacities for equitable water allocation and ecosystem restoration. And this fits also nicely in this setting, as this aims to halt desertification and to promote climate resilience. And here we also take a nexus perspective by in the capacity building, considering different water needs, including for agriculture, of course, domestic, and also for the ecosystem needs. And I'll go on a bit more about capacity building, because we are here with our host, Jivopa, and we've already talked about the capacity gap in water management. And the gap is exacerbated by a gender gap in the sector, as many women face barriers to enter the career or also to maintain the career. And we are very, very happy about the close cooperation with Jivopa. And we are neighbors in Bonn, and together we support partnerships such as the Stronger Together Coalition, which is a networking and career development initiative aimed to empower women in the water and sanitation sector. And then I will move on to your follow-up question, which is about the role of public-private community partnerships, and specifically how those can reduce water scarcity in the MENA region. And first of all, generally about these public-private community partnerships, they are a good model for capacity building, as you directly connect water operators through a peer-to-peer approach by matching two or potentially also more water operators. And there is an extensive array of these partnerships in the GIVOPA database, so I'll just do one example here, otherwise we're sitting here for a long time. And this is the Water Operator Partnership, or WOP as we call it, in the Middle Eastern and North Africa region in Jordan, where we have a cooperation between the Hamburg Water Utility and the Central Water Utility, the Jordan Water Company. And together they have introduced advanced water monitoring systems and also techniques to reduce non-revenue water. As we all know, that's a crucial element of, especially in water-scarce regions. And additionally, they're also collaborating on the topic of water reuse, which is becoming an increasingly important process also in reducing water scarcity and thereby also reducing desertification. And yeah, before I finish, I just wanted to highlight the strength of this partnership as they combine public governance with private innovation and also drive community ownership. And I think that's a really good match to address water scarcity challenges holistically and yeah, also to scale good solutions in water scarce regions such as the MENA region, but also in other water scarce regions in the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you very much for that, and we will be coming back with a few questions on the examples that you've brought as well, including the last one on the water operator partnership model, which of course is what GIVOPA is also really is the bread and butter of what we do as well. If I may, I would like to give the floor to our next speaker from the WIRO Commission and then go to our sister agency, UNDP, if that's okay. I feel we've just heard about the Stronger Together initiative on ways of engaging more women in the water sector. And we warmly welcome here Mino Romarasron, who is the Global Land Advisor for the WIRO Commission, which of course is also a long-standing partner of UN Habitat and really a well-established grassroots organization when it comes to land, and I understand also working more on water now. So please share with us from the grassroots women's perspective, what are some of the things at stake here? What is bringing you here, and what do you see as some of the main messages when it comes to filling some of the capacity gaps in water management? Over to you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Asa, and thank you for having me. Yes, WIRO Commission is a long-standing partner of UN Habitat for the last, I think, 30 years. And we are present in 43 countries. It's a grassroots women-led movement. And for that, we are looking at water with different angles. The angles of the increased burden of care because of the lack of water. That is one of the angles that we are looking at, the issue of water scarcity. The fact that we have also issue of conflicts due to migration from one area to the other because of the lack of water. So those are maybe 2 points that we are looking into. And then another one is the issue of how are we looking at water because of food security. So for us, it's really something very concrete like that. And we are talking about water because we have more and more drought, especially in Africa. Even our member in Brazil is really pushing us to look at droughts and how can we address the issue of droughts in the food systems, because at the end of the day, for grassroots women, it's about bringing food on the table. So that's what we have. We have also the issue of access to water when we talk about hygiene, clean water, and other basic needs that are linked to that. And we have then the issue that we, in informal settlement, not having access to water. And then also, even in the agriculture, like when we talk about the agriculture sector and how grassroots women are really working to provide food, and then the issue of, I'll take an example of in Homa Bay County, for example, the woman invested in the irrigation system because it was completely broken and they have to produce food. Nobody was funding them, and they said, yes, let's come together, let's put our resources together so that we can rebuild the irrigation system so that we can provide our own food. And then it's also the cases of in some area, like for in Mexico, in one municipality called Ocayoca, where they have really no access to water in the municipality, or the water is not clean or clean water that we are talking about. And then it brings out the question of why do we need this capacity building, and how can we work together in a platform? It's because also we can bring in those voices. I know that Dee talked about some of the issues, but it's about, and we talked about the forum that will happen on Friday with UCLG, but I think we need to also look into how can we build the bridges between the local authorities and the local grassroots leaders that are having their initiative and locally led initiatives that needs funding, that sometimes can considered only as pilots because of the lack of funding, and it's working. So I think those are some questions that we need to address in terms of capacity building. How can we as a movement showcase our work in a way that makes it bankable? Because it's also about sharing and having this peer learning exchange and learning from other initiatives, and so that we can bring it back home. And then when we talk about having place on the table, it's about, yes, initiatives are ongoing, but what about, is it really reaching the grassroots leaders, the groups, the communities, and how can the grassroots be also able to monitor the actions that are done from the global to the local, and getting that accountability mechanism that is that make it work at some point, that we are not investing only in initiatives, but initiatives are also giving benefits to the communities, because we are having these issues a lot happening, like our group saying, yes, there is this good initiatives, but we are not benefiting from it. And how can we then make sure that it's really reaching the ground? And my last point will be about discussing with the service provider, with the professionals, but how can we also discuss with our grassroots communities? We talked about it also. The minister said a lot about it, and it's just starting, so at least it's starting somewhere, but I think we should do more around that, so that we can have a platform that is really involving the communities and the service providers and the financing systems. I think I'll stop here first, and then we can continue.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Another round of applause. Thank you for highlighting really not just the necessity of involving grassroots and grassroots women, but what are the kind of accountability mechanisms of really making sure that this is happening? And it's one thing to talk about capacity development programs and that they're inclusive, etc. It's another to really set the accountability systems there. So thanks very much for highlighting that. And with that, and we will come back to you as well, it's now my pleasure to invite my UN sister agency colleague from the UN Development Program, Mr. Ahmed El Soud from UNDP. Ahmed and I were together on another panel a few days ago on water governance. We are amongst, I think, 35 other UN agencies looking at how we're going to operationalize the UN water system-wide strategy on water and sanitation. And of course, a significant component on that is capacity development programs. But just to briefly introduce you, coming with, again, a wealth of over 35 years of experience in all aspects of water and environmental management, and having served as water resource planner in the Egyptian Ministry of Water Resources and Irrigation, amongst other positions in Egypt, and then now being with UNDP, overseeing the UNDP Oceans Innovation Challenge. It's great to have you here, and from UNDP's perspective, we would be interested to hear a bit about the capacity development programs being undertaken as part of the water sector reforms here in Saudi Arabia. But please feel free to comment also from a UN agency-wide perspective when it comes to capacity development and water management. Thank you. Oops. Should we take another mic?
Thank you, Issa, and thanks for inviting me. And I'm sorry for being late. Okay. There is a conflicting time. We thought that it's 6 from 6. So it's, yeah. Actually, we work with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on capacity building in water-related issue from the early beginning. From 2018, we started through our country office in the kingdom to launch a program for partnership with the Ministry of the Environment, Water and Agriculture for capacity development and related services for an integrated sustainable development and the management of water services. This program was to support the kingdom to achieve, especially in the water sector, to achieve the Vision 2030. And the project actually provided cost-effective and full-time high-level consulting and capacity building resource for the ministry to support the achievement of the vision and also to support the achievement of the national transformational plan and the National Water Strategy 2030 for the kingdom. In the organizational capacity building, UNDP played a key role in the restructuring of the water deputyship during the formation of its new organization and assumed leadership to newly formed general directorates. Among the 2 leadership roles that of greatest significance are of the Water Regulation General Directorates and the Water Planning General Directorate, where the water law and the National Water Strategy were launched and implemented respectively. In the technical capacity development, UNDP experts have served in all general directorates in a participatory role as on-job training. And they work hand in hand with MIWA staff and to help them and exchange the knowledge and experience to MIWA staff. In addition to that, UNDP also developed and organized 2020 training courses, 22 training courses attended by 316 employees from MIWA for raising their capacities on water management, including project management, dam planning and operation, groundwater management, water supply and demand, the use of GIS and remote sensing in water management, and water quality and quantity monitoring. This is the role of what UNDP has done during the past 5 years, but we are providing the Deputy Minister, His Excellency Dr. Shaibani, who is responsible for water in the ministry, with a staff, a technical expert staff, who work as a consultancy for the ministry to support the reform action that is going on in the MIWA in the water sector, and we are still working, and this program should have been ended on 2023, and it's extended now to another 3 years. This is in a nutshell what we have done as UNDP with KSA.
Thank you very much for that good description as well in terms of the very big efforts that UNDP is doing in strengthening capacity here in the kingdom, in the host country. I'm going to come back to all of you with a bit of a follow-up question. I think we have time for that. But before doing that, we've had both the Deputy Executive Director of UN Habitat and the Minister of Water and Irrigation of Egypt. Both, unfortunately, have had to leave to other engagements here. We know how it is in these big events. And then we've heard perspectives from the Islamic Development Bank, from GIZ, from the Huairou Commission, and from UNDP. And I would like to just see from the audience if there's any reflections, any questions, any reactions that any of you would like to make at this point. The floor is open. Yes? Okay, I think we have one comment here, and then I think we start over there. Yes? Okay. And if you could just introduce yourself briefly as well. We can hear you well.
Yeah, I think I have to tone it down a little bit, Actually, my name is Troy Green, and we're from the Water Positive Initiative. And I want to know, basically, when we talk about water insecurity, we're also looking at water sustainability. So in the discussions today, you mentioned about how we can conserve water and different mechanisms for doing that. But beyond that, I mean, that in terms of how can we generate more water resources. In the Water Positive Initiative, we focus on using, and I don't want to seem like I'm advertising for this, but we look at using non-conventional water resources, such as desalination, wastewater reuse and treatment, scavenging water from the air, collecting rain. Within your national agenda for Saudi Arabia, was that on the table, or is that something which is on the table?
Thank you. I will let those who want to respond on this get back. Thank you very much for this question. I believe there was a question over here as well.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for all the esteemed panelists. My name is Hisham Al-Askari, Professor of Earth Observations and Data Science at Chapman University, California. I served as the Vice President of the Egyptian Space Agency and currently the Advisor to Director General of ICESCO. So I consider myself very lucky because I worked properly with all the sectors here. So I worked with GIZ in Egypt. I work currently with ISDB through the ICESCO. Dr. Abu Saud is an old colleague and friend and like an eminent scientist as well in his field. UNDP, and the ministry as well. And I would like to have also a reflection on what was just mentioned right now in terms of conventional methods and all of that. In terms of capacity building and with the representation of such agencies, do you think we are going to be achieving the kind of sustainability that we are hoping for, or to address such a problem by addressing one thing at a time? When we talk about water, we just focus about water. When we talk about agriculture, we just focus about agriculture. When we talk, and we try to create programs, we try to build the capacity in that specific sector. Do you think we are going to achieve what we want to achieve by just thinking in this I wouldn't say silos, but in this one-way direction, or the capacity building needs to be brought from a much wider perspective and at a much global approach, so that we can really achieve, or at least to keep up with the dynamic environment that we are living through and what we are observing right now on the ground. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. Let's see, and a very fundamental one. Anybody else? I'm looking at Dalia, for example. I'm looking at partners we have in the room. Any other questions, reactions?
Hi. My name is Dalia Sabri, and I would like to ask about.
Which could you just say who you're representing?
Oh,
briefly
I'm
as well?
representing International Water Resources Association, and also assistant professor in opposition or obstacles from. I wouldn't say the men, but I would say the other part of the society. Thank you.
Thank you. I think a very wide set of questions. If there's one other one, if anyone else wants to come in, any reactions, any reflections? Otherwise, I'm going to turn back to the panelists. And I think the first two questions are, in a way, I'm hearing it like, are we being ambitious enough, you know, to reach, we can call it success, but ultimately saving the planet from the issues at hand with the 3 COPs and beyond, in the type of programs that have been displayed here today. And first, we're talking about how do we really manage and ensure there's more water, you know, not in conventional ways, but going into more unconventional methods. And then we are being asked, are we achieving what is needed by perhaps, you know, is it still a little bit of a sectoral approach in the way that we're delivering programs? So those two questions are really catching, in a way, the question I have wanted to conclude with. What does success look like, and what do we need to mobilize for the next COP17 in Mongolia when it comes to capacity development? And then we have this very important question around how does the funding look like, and how does really this mobilization of women at the grassroots level look like? And any, perhaps if I can add to that, any asks or anything we want to be flagging as a message around that as well. So I would give the floor to any of the panelists to start in responding, and we could go with you, Ahmed, first. Yeah.
Thank you for the question. Concerning the conventional and the non-conventional water resources, yes, we need more water, especially we in an arid country like, or an arid region, very arid region like the Middle East and North Africa. Yes, we need to work out of the box. We need to find out ways to increase our water resources by harvesting rainwater from, instead of going to the sea or to the oceans, we need to make rainwater harvesting. We need to treat our wastewater. The reuse of the wastewater is an essential element, and I was so happy this morning when I heard His Excellency, the Deputy Minister of Water in this Saudi, they said that they now reached about 4 billion cubic meter of water from treated, and he said this is now an essential source. It's not, he said, it's not now non-conventional. It's part of our water budget to use this, and we are working to increase that. So yes, this is definitely, desalination is another venue that we need to tap in, but we have to be careful about the environmental and the cost of energy, and also the Gulf area, Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates, they have an advanced technologies that succeeded to lower the cost per cubic meter from this technology. 10 years ago, it was a dream or even an illusion to say that we can use desalinated water for agriculture. Now we are talking about this in this COP. We are talking about combating desertification through using the desalinated water, but we have to, as I said, we have to be careful about this technology, that the environmental impact, the brine water, we have to have brine water mining to be able to extract the minerals and make it not so saline, so before we can release it to the sea again. Also, the cost of energy, and now we are using renewable energy. We are using solar on desalinated plants, and there are the full solar operated desalinated plant, huge one, is now under implementation and will be launched early next year in KSA, in Saudi Arabia. This is also I think it's a leapfrogging in this technology. Yes, we have to work on non-conventional and have to think and improve the research and development in this area, because simply we are in an arid region and you are exhausting all the resources you have, so you need to find another solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you like to respond as well?
Yeah,
Bradley?
thank you.
Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, thank you for this. I like this idea. I think taking a more holistic water cycle approach is necessary. What we're seeing now with climate change is more extreme drought and flood cycles, right? So you have regions which experience prolonged drought, and then they go into a flood and these sorts of things. What happens if it's a degraded landscape, and bring it back to land, is that a lot of that water will not be retained in the landscape but will run off and cause erosion and flooding problems. So if you can retain more of that water in the land and it can infiltrate into the ground, for example, then that may be a storage mechanism which can be accessed later when there's drought conditions, etc. Certainly desalination, rainwater harvesting, agreed. In the Blue Zone, in the Saudi Pavilion, if you go there, they have an exhibition where they're using treated wastewater to green Riyadh, right? So they have maps where they're greening parks, greening schools, mosques and other areas, streets, etc. And so I think, again, this is where it's becoming mainstreamed for certain uses. And I think the colleague talked about, non-revenue water. So another one is just increasing the efficiency of the water that's already being used, and then maybe even engaging with the end users to, I think the minister from Egypt was saying people don't realize that there's scarcity until while the Nile River is still flowing. One thing to mention is on the 3rd of December, we held a session on something called the GAFA, the Groundwater Access Facility, which is being promoted by the UNDP and which we're interested to explore more. And this is looking at deep groundwater resources in arid regions, for example, the Horn of Africa and the Sahel. Now, it may or may not be a conventional or unconventional water source, but these have large volumes which, if you can calculate the sustainable yield, maybe can help in very arid regions. So these are something that's being explored and I think has potential. Just in terms of the person who asked about the integrated approaches, I think we see, if you take an example of solar-powered irrigation, think about that for a moment. So that's using renewable energy to perhaps pump groundwater. We have to be careful with sustainable use, but using renewable energy to access water to bring to the surface to then use for irrigation, which may increase resilience and food security. So there we have this example where you have an integrated approach. Last, certainly I agree, we need to empower women and get them engaged more in both the land sector and the water sector. At the Islamic Development Bank, we disaggregate projects often by gender, and we also have targets where we have, X percentage of participants or beneficiaries of this project should be women, for example. And just in my bag, I have a copy of something that we contributed to, which was called Her Land. It's a Her Land campaign, which the UNCCD has been promoting, and which promotes, the rights and opportunities for women in land contexts. And I talked about just land transition before, but we introduced sort of a Her Land just transition. So how do we empower women more on the land to cope with these challenges around water, land rights, land tenure, participation in the agricultural and pastoral sectors. So certainly issues that we need to do more on, but there are some successes, as you say, that we can build on there.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thanks very much for that. And why don't we go then to you, if you want to build on that, and we'll hear if you want to say something as well, Bradley. Yes.
Yeah, I think I wanted to respond to the gentleman because at the community level, there is no silos at all. We are like working in a holistic approach. I talked about the extra burden of care because of the fact that there's no water. Women have, and we know it, have to walk long distance if there is water, or the health of the kids, the children, and the communities because of the water being, let's say, not healthy, if I can say so. So this, what we do is always have this holistic approach and community-led approaches that we have. We have barriers for sure in working, especially in scarce resources like water, land. So it's about, it's especially in Africa when you have a very strong still patriarchal system within the customary system that makes it sometimes hard for women when they are securing water pumps, irrigation systems, then they are losing the land because now it's a productive land they are getting, and it's linked, and it's, I wanted to respond because it's pretty linked to also the land access, the water access, and that's one of the barriers that we have. The women are organizing themselves, by the way, because there is no choice, as I was saying, bringing food on the table, caring for the children, caring for the community. So the main way to go is through collective. And we are having, even in World Commission now, we are having the shift of thinking that is happening, like the younger generation are more individualistic than the older generation. So we have this idea now of how can we ensure that we have the sustainable collective movement that is happening, because now that our membership is getting older, who is not going to care for the older generation that cared for the communities? So we are in this reflect, and that's one of the asks that we have. How can we have support for the organizing the younger generation to really be think collective, think local, and take the global to the local on that part. So that's one ask, and I think it's also one of the barriers we need to be realistic about it is us women ourselves that are sometimes also creating barrier for the younger generation in the feminist movement to come. So I think we need also to, and I really like the idea of the minister on using the AI to gather all the experiences that can be lost because we didn't think about it, we didn't prepare for the second liner. So I think, that's what I wanted to add maybe on these questions. And I do agree that we do have also, from the grassroots perspective, we saw that we have more and more droughts, especially in Africa. Some of our area is really getting dry. And that's why I was talking about migration and conflicts created by the migration, because if you don't have any mean and we don't get funding to invest in such technologies, then how can we as community live in the land? And that means also cultural loss, conflicts in other regions because you are encroaching in some other people resources that are already also in crisis. And I do agree that we need really to have this holistic approach when we talk about water and land. Sorry.
I'm the one who has to apologize because I know there's strict time here and we have a few minutes left, and this could we could have a whole other session. That's maybe my lesson on gender responsive capacity development on water management, and let's keep that thought in a partnership for the next event. Thanks so much for responding on that, and I just want to see if there's any last reflections from GIZ before we close, if there's anything you wanted to add as well.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it short, and my panelist next to me has already answered to both the second and third question, if I understand correctly. So I'm just going to make a small addition on the second question, which is about cross-sectoral capacity building. And there's just one thing that is becoming more and more prominent in those water operator partnerships, and that is the business models of water operator partners and to be able to run profitably. And this is something that we're shifting focus towards a lot. And these can be different measures, such as we talked about it, non-revenue streams to make it more efficient, but also there's by now in Hamburg, for example, energy positive wastewater operators, and also to have good business models with a good tariff structure to be able to recover your operating costs and yeah, ideally be profitable. So yeah, that's that, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that, and I fully agree with you on this support to utilities, operators, when it comes to their business models. That's really what we're seeing as well, that we need a much more holistic and broader set of issues that we're dealing with in strengthening their capacities. I really want to thank the panelists. I think it's been a very broad and quite deep discussion in terms of the examples that you brought out, and also when being challenged a little bit in terms of, are we responding enough out of the box and in a sort of multi-sectoral way in these issues. So really, thank you very much from UN Habitat and JWOPA for all of you being here. Thanks also to the audience. I know that this is a highly competitive set of events, and my wish would be, of course, that we would have reached an even broader audience, but thank you for being here with us. And my takeaway is, you know, we're really reflecting from JWOPA's side around what are the kind of capacity development dimensions a global secretariat like ours should be enhancing when it comes to the issues here at COP16. So thanks very much for you know, your sharing and a lot of takeaways. And I know that our partnership will be continued beyond this, so we will have many opportunities to discuss further. So thanks very much. Let's give everyone a round of applause. Thank you.
I am working with Ma'adin Corporate Sustainability as the environmental managers. I would like to welcome you all today to our sessions where we will be talking about Ma'adin and how it's driving the sustainability through nature-based solutions, water management, and the implementations of new innovations and technologies. So I will be talking to you today about Ma'adin afforestation initiatives. After that, my colleague Ahmed Saif will be talking to you about the water management initiatives and goal at Ma'adin, and we will end our sessions with my colleague Hatoun Al-Hamad where she will take you through an innovative solutions for agriculture. So before I start my presentations, I would like to give you an introduction about Ma'adin overall sustainability strategy. So in 2021, actually, Ma'adin launched their strategy with the aim to reach neutrality and carbon neutrality by 2050. Not only that, actually, we are targeting to become a sustainability role models in the term of environment, social, and governance. So to achieve these actually ambitious targets, we have set certain objectives and goals, such as the carbon reductions or the GHG reductions by 2040 by 60%, also the minimizations of groundwater utilizations by 65%. In addition to the other objectives such as the waste reductions, social commitments, and other objectives, including also the innovations and technology implemented to achieve our overall targets at Ma'adin. So this is in a very brief way our overall strategy at Ma'adin. Moving to my presentations today, actually we're talking about the afforestation initiative at Ma'adin. So this initiative actually launched in alignment with the Saudi Green Initiatives to plant 10 million mangroves and 10 million trees by 2040. So this is also aimed to enhance the environment and the biodiversity, and of course generate carbon credit to offset our carbon emissions. So as you can see, our afforestation initiative is split in two main objectives. We have dry plantations and wetland plantations. And for that reason, actually, we have different strategy. We're starting with the mangrove or the dry land plantations, where we are aiming actually to protect existing plantation or existing mangroves and prevent degradations. Also, we are rehabilitation the existing mangrove or the area degraded by planting additional mangroves. Also, we are aiming to plant mangrove in new coastal intertidal area, and we are exploring the expanding to go away from the intertidal area by doing earthwork and also pumping seawaters. And also will be through enabling the mangrove and the acquisitions of lands. And for that also we have set our targets, where we can see here in this slides that shows how we're going to achieve the 10 million mangrove by 2040, and also how we're going to impact the biodiversity and the carbon, our carbon also reduction goals. And for that reasons, actually, we also completed a comprehensive desktop assessment to estimate the carbon credit out of mangrove plantations for the 10 million mangroves, where we found it to be around 1.6 million tons of CO2 equivalents by 2040. Not only that, actually, we have started also the ground assessment to quantify the carbons, do the visibility assessments, project description, and in addition to that, we will have the validators to obtain the carbon credits and have the monitoring system in place. So you can see how we are highlighting our journey to achieve our carbon neutrality by 2050. So far, as you can see here, we have successfully planted 1 million mangrove at Gurma Island within Jubail Industrial City. And actually, Gurma Island is considered one of the very critical islands, and its name also came from the mangrove itself, because mangrove in Arabic called the qurum, trees, so it has been named Gurma Island within Jubail Industrial City. And this plantation done in collaboration with the Royal Commissions at Jubail, with the National Center for Vegetation Cover and the support of the Coast Guard in the area. And we are not stopping there. We are expanding actually our plantations to Jubail Sanctuary in the area, where our target to plant in the coming years 3 million mangrove. Jubail actually sanctuary located between Jubail Industrial City and Ras Al Khair Industrial City, where we have our two main business productions for aluminum and phosphates. And also we will be setting a huge nursery with a capacity of 2 million mangrove actually to have a sustainable source for our ongoing projects and the future projects. And of course, Ma'adin will not stop only with plantations. We are also working to establish a mangrove park within Gurma Islands. These parks aim to have a self-educational for the community in the regions and also have different facilities such as educational nursery for mangroves, kayaking activities, and other activities within the park. So this is in regard of our strategy for the wetland plantations. And stay tuned, we will have at the end of our sessions a video telling the story of our plantation, of the first one actually, million plantation at Gurma Islands. So moving to the second or the other sections related to the dry area where we have a different strategy here. Also we'll be working to plant trees with and enhance the vegetation cover, biodiversity near Ma'adin sites, but we'll be utilizing mass seeding or massive mass seeding within large area at the national reserves. So you can see here our strategy is to plant 100,000 trees every year and distributing around 5 million to 10 million seeds with the aim to have a survival rate to between 5 to 10% for the seeds. So this strategy actually we have set it to minimize the utilizations of groundwater for irrigations and the issues or the harsh environments we have within our kingdoms. And we have actually done a very excellent work. We have successfully planted more than 300,000 trees in the across the national reserves, such as Imam Turki bin Abdullah Royal Natural Reserve, King Salman Reserves, and also Saja and Ramt Natural Reserve. Also, we have distributed around 20 million seeds across our natural reserves. So this can conclude our initiatives and shows the beginning, actually, in alignment with the Saudi Green Initiatives, what we have accomplished so far and what we are going to do in the coming futures. And I think working together, inshallah, we will have a more greener futures and more sustainable futures for generations to come. Thank you for your attention. I will leave it now with my colleague, Ahmed Saif, to take you through the water management at Ma'adin. Good luck.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Adnan, for the great introduction and going through the Ma'adin overview, as well Ma'adin overall strategy and sustainability strategy. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Ahmed Saif. I am the Sustainability Manager at Ma'adin. And today my topic will be talking about Ma'adin water stewardship. What are our goals and what are our flagship initiative that will be demonstrating part of this session. So, as you are aware, water is an invaluable resource, especially here in the kingdom when it comes to the desert climate. So there is a need for water sustainability. At Ma'adin, we have set a clear strategic target to reduce our groundwater consumption. And this is achieved through multiple areas. Our Ma'adin Water Stewardship Initiative focusing on multiple areas. First, increasing our water efficiency use. Second, reducing and minimizing our water utilization. And thirdly, which is increasing our water efficiency and capitalizing on swapping groundwater to treated water. In this presentation, I will be showcasing 3 of Ma'adin flagship initiatives. The first one is Ma'adin Wa'd al-Shamal Treated Water Project, where we are utilizing treated recycled water and swapping it from groundwater. So we are shifting our water to renewable recycled water. The second project will be about our project for the Arabian Shield which is supporting our gold mines in the Arabian Shield, and it's also another treatment project which is shifting our the demand from the groundwater to treated water. Additionally, we will end up for a highlight of the NEWT system, which is implemented in our aluminum complex, which is the natural engineered wastewater treatment. So let's start first with the treatment project at Ma'aden Wa'ad al-Shamal. So back in 2022, and in partnership with the National Water Company, this project was launched to supply our Ma'aden and phosphate complex at Wa'ad al-Shamal by treated water. So we are utilizing this treated water to reduce our groundwater consumption. And this system, there was a huge investment when it comes to the infrastructure. It is linking 4 major cities at the northern border: Skaka, Ar'ar, Wa'ad al-Shamal and Taif. And it is supplying Ma'aden with approximately 12 million meter cubed per year. So we are offsetting and swabbing 50% of our demand for groundwater at that site. Additionally, the second project, which is related to the treated water project in the Arabian Shield. So this is another demonstration of utilizing treated water at our mines. So this project, launched back in 2016, is supplying our gold mines in the Arabian Shield, 2 of them, and it is linking approximately, or covering approximately when it comes to infrastructure, more than 475 kilometers. And it is linking from up to Taif, up to the Arabian Shield, where we have 2 mines, and it is being supplied by treated, fully dependent on treated water supply, recycled water, by approximately 3 million meter cubed per year. So overall, the 2 projects is demonstrating that fostering a partnership with the National Water Company, with the Saudi Irrigation Organization as well, can help. So we can shift and offset our groundwater consumption by utilizing treated water. Finally, we'll talk about the NEWT system, the natural engineered wastewater treatment. This is implemented at our aluminum complex at Ras Al Khair, and this system is a demonstration of innovative solution by utilizing wastewater and reuses it as a process makeup. So this system can handle more than 4.5 million liters per day, and most of this water is being recycled as a process makeup, and the remaining is being used for irrigation of the wetland. So this innovative solution is not only helping when it comes to wastewater or wastewater recycling or reuse, it's also helping when it comes to the wildlife and the irrigation of the plantation. So is that it? No. For Ma'aden, we are setting a clear focus areas. So these are projects and milestone has been achieved and supported Ma'aden to reach its groundwater and water management. However, we are setting additional areas of focus. First, the maximization of groundwater swabbing with treated water. So we have demonstrated 2 of the projects. However, this is not enough. Ma'aden have an ambition to grow 10 times. So we are making sure and ensuring to collaborate with all the centers, all the regulators, to make sure that we are maximizing the utilization of treated water, not only for the current projects, also for the upcoming projects. Secondly, when it comes to the water mapping and water efficiency plans, they say you cannot improve what you cannot measure. So we set a clear focus on mapping all of our water footprints for all our mines and processing facilities. And by then, we are developing a water efficiency plans to ensure that we are capturing all the opportunities to reduce our water consumption. Additionally, for the low water technologies, as I highlighted, we have an ambition to grow 10 times. So we are setting a clear focus to implement and adopt low water technology as we grow, not only for the upcoming project, as well as retrofitting some of the existing projects that we have. Finally, collaboration with national centers. Last week, we just, in partnership with MAI, the National Water Center for Water Conservation and Water Efficiency, this is as well a demonstration how we are committed for the net positive water initiative, and how we are not only caring for our water management, as well supporting the overall kingdom objective. Yeah, finally, I will end up with, at Ma'aden, our commitment for water stewardship is an integral part of our operations. So we aim to achieve this through innovative solution, as I was highlighted, as well as partnership with the national centers and with the government to supply us with the treated water, so that ensuring we are growing as well supporting the development of the kingdom as we grow as a company. Thank you all. Yeah, and now I'll hand over the floor to my colleague Hatoun Al-Hamad, and she will showcase an innovative solution for agriculture. Thank you.
Hello? Okay. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Hatoun Al-Hamad, and I'm in the Research and Development team with the Technology and Innovation Department at Ma'aden. So, repurposing mines. Repurposing mines by integrating vertical farming with artificial biomes. That's the topic of today's discussion. The image that you can see on the screen is one that we generated to help you picture what we envision for Ma'aden and for Saudi Arabia. Today, I will be talking to you about what are the global dilemmas, the issues that we face nationally and at Ma'aden, what a key solution to these dilemmas can be, and the benefits and strategic implications of these benefits. But why am I going through all of these objectives for you today? Because I'm here to showcase to you today that our solution can be the first in the entire world to be implemented. No one in the entire world has implemented artificial biomes with vertical farming. By 2050, the world is projected to surpass 9 billion people. We will need 70% more food by then. The current agricultural practices are depleting our resources, it's destroying our soil, and it's driving the loss of biodiversity. So the current agricultural practices threatens food security. It places so much pressure on nations. In addition, in Saudi Arabia, only 1.5% of our land is suitable for farming. And we have a harsh climate and we have water scarcity issues. If we take a look at Ma'aden, when we have a site that's commissioned for mining, a new infrastructure is formed in that area. Employees are hired, families are brought, there are restaurants, there are stores. You end up forming a community in that area. However, once we extract the resources, we have a legal obligation to cover the mine. But we end up leaving the community that was formed behind. In addition, Ma'aden is the second largest exporter of fertilizer in the world. But that means we have substantial costs and we have substantial waste. And 80% of our customer base is international, which means we have a massive local market that we're not tapping into. So what is our solution? Our solution is to integrate vertical farms with artificial biomes. Saudi Arabia, the government, has been placing a strategic focus on the food security, on our mining industry, on adopting technological agriculture ideas and initiatives, and Ma'aden. Ma'aden is in a very unique position to cover all of these aspects. But what is vertical farming? Unlike traditional farming that's on a horizontal land, vertical farming is in a controlled indoor system. The plants are placed on top of one another, and you control all of the factors such as humidity, light, temperature. And what does that mean? You can produce more crops all year around. You don't have to care about the season. However, we propose a more refined definition. We will take it a step further. How? Vertical farming doesn't have to be indoors, and it doesn't have to be without sunlight. Why? because we're bringing artificial biomes into the picture. Artificial biomes, they mimic the natural environment, but in a controlled indoor system. Artificial biomes, it allows us to optimize growing conditions regardless of external condition. We don't need to worry about weather. We don't need to worry about harming the environment outside because we're controlling the inside. Now, the benefits of vertical farming are numerous. Most vertical farming companies, they produce or use 95% less water than traditional farming methods. In addition, because you're growing everything inside, you are lowering carbon emissions, you don't have to worry about transport, and we're not harming the soil because we are not planting on the land. But what are the benefits of the entire initiative? Because we're growing food locally, we reduce our dependency on imports. So this fixes a Saudi Arabian food security challenge. In addition, the technology and the innovation that's involved in such an initiative means we need patents, we need to license. This feeds into Saudi Arabia's knowledge economy. And it introduces the concept of circularity. Why? Because we're using an asset from the beginning of its stage, and it's not going to die. We are going to extend the life cycle, and we're going to make it grow into something that feeds into the local content. It will help local communities, and it will be something that generates low energy and renewable energy sources. Overall, all of these benefits, it's aligned with Vision 2030, the Saudi Green Initiative, and the global sustainability goals. Now, this flower that you see over here, it's larger than a human being. It takes over 5 years to grow. It is native only to Indonesia. You cannot find it anywhere else. And it's been described as a very disgusting smell. However, the Eden project, they were able to successfully grow this in their artificial biome. Their artificial biomes are located in an old China clay pit. They constructed this in the early 2000s, and it was so successful that this project is spreading to other places around the world. And the one in Australia that's being built right now is being built on an old mine. So it is possible. It's innovative, but you can really make it work. In addition, their offices and the biomes and their plant nurseries are heated through geothermal energy, renewable and low energy sources, and it is significantly helping the UK's 2050 net carbon zero goals. I can continue, but I think the visuals really help. I mean, until this issue is fixed, an interesting thing about the Eden project is that one of their roofs is made from copper. And the copper roof is actually mined from a Rio Tinto partnership. And it was from one of the most sustainable mines in the world. So the concept of sustainability and renewable energy, it's found numerous. And also in the Eden project, the place is very beautiful. They film movies over there, they hold UN conferences. So it's not just a farming place, it's also a tourist place as well. So I keep talking about vertical farming as if it's so innovative and cutting edge and new. It is. But the history of vertical farming goes back 2,500 years ago. The hanging gardens of Pavilion in that image over there, they're vertical gardens. And in Pavilion, the weather was described almost like Riyadh. It was very dry. But they had sophisticated irrigation systems. So it's not a new concept. If you fast forward 1,500 years later, the Aztecs in Northern America, they pioneered a form of hydroponic farming. Hydroponic farming just means growing food on water. And it's a closed loop system, which means you are conserving a lot of water. As the years go by, a professor said that vertical farming is a key solution to food security issues and challenges. And this was in the 1930s. And then the concept kept developing until what we know it to be today. Now, vertical farming isn't just about food. It can be for other things as well. At Ma'aden, we have a technology and innovation team that is very rigorous and a team of very specialized and intelligent people really working on our waste to value programs. Now, how can this benefit our waste to value programs? Because we're the second largest fertilizer, phosphate fertilizer in the world, we have the waste byproduct phosphogypsum. What can we do with phosphogypsum? We can take the low-grade phosphate and turn it into a water nutrient solution by mixing it with compost. What does that mean? We end up having an organic fertilizer that can be used for our vertical farms. We're taking waste and feeding it into our plants. This solution is also not new. It was actually introduced in the 1800s. But we can refine the process in Ma'aden, we can patent it, and we can make it a lot more advanced than what has been proven in the past. Vertical farming can also be used for animal food. Now, animal feed production is very crucial to agricultural land. The picture that you see on the screen, it was originally a cow farm for 4 brothers, but they wanted to sustainably give back to the future and to the earth. So they partnered with a vertical farming technology company to produce animal food for their cows. What did they find out? They found that the animal feed produced in vertical farms was the same amount that you would need in like 35 to 50 acres of land. So more output, smaller land. In addition, their vertical farms, like most vertical farming companies, used 95% less water than traditional farming. And what's very interesting to note, when their cows ate from that food, their cows produced more milk. The bottom line was improved. The pharmaceutical industry can also benefit from vertical farms. Why? Because the indoor controlled nature of the environment means you are reducing the risk of contamination, of diseases. It is a very controlled and sophisticated system. Pharma plant and intelligent growth systems are examples of vertical farming companies that focus on providing to pharmaceutical industries. And the image that you see in the middle is lion's mane. It's a mushroom. Mushrooms need dark spaces to grow. In addition, they've found that it is trending in popularity because it can prevent dementia, Alzheimer's, it's good for your brain, and it's good for your heart. So we can have our vertical farms cater to the pharmaceutical industry, and Saudi Arabia has placed a large national importance on local pharmaceutical companies. Vertical farms can also be grown under the ocean, not just on the land. I grew up knowing that plants and trees absorb carbon dioxide from the air. I recently found out that sea plants can absorb a lot more carbon dioxide than plants. This company actually that you see on the screen, they're called Greenwave. They grow their sea plants under the ocean. It's a vertical farm. And the sea greens that they grow, it can be used for food. It can be used as a fertilizer, a biostimulant, a biofertilizer. The endless supply is very clear over here. Now, I want you to picture 1 acre of trees and 1 acre of seaweed. 1 acre of seaweed absorbs 20 times more carbon than the acre of trees. So the plants that are grown under the ocean has very numerous benefits. Now, did you know that 44% of total GHG emissions are released because of the methane gas in a cow's digestion? And did you know that if you put seaweed in cow food, they released 82% less methane? So this is another benefit of seaweed. Growing seaweed in our vertical farms can be used for animal food. It indirectly, but directly, reduces carbon from the air. And seaweed can be used for pharmaceutical industries. It can also be used as a biofertilizer and for food and for cosmetics. So there are many use cases for these. Now, Urban Crop Solution, they're a vertical farming company. They patent their technology. And a very notable example, IKEA in Sweden, they bought some of these vertical farms in their kitchen. So instead of relying on transport of fruits and vegetables, they have their vertical farm. They just take their lettuce, their tomatoes, whatever they need, and they cook it on the spot. Aero Farms is one of the largest vertical companies in the world. And from the name Aero, the plants are grown in the air. So the the roots don't need soil. All you do is spray a water nutrient mist on the soil. So you're not damaging the soil. You are saving water because you're spraying the nutrient directly onto its roots. And all of these technologies run on renewable energy sources. But I want to highlight, in Saudi Arabia, we're in a very unique position that these countries don't have. We have sunlight. We have about 3 hours of sunlight in a year. But those countries don't. So we can use our solar energy to power our technology or whatever vertical farm that we end up having. In summary, our initiative can address the unsustainable agricultural practices, the depleted resources, the water scarcity issues that we have. Our initiative can also be a backbone to supplying various sectors and industries, both locally and globally. Thank you. Now I want to move on to the video for our 1 million mangrove story that our sustainability and innovation team have been working on.
Welcome to the lush ecosystem of mangroves, nature's guardians. These unique trees thrive in coastal environments, providing a crucial habitat for countless species. Mangroves not only safeguard our shorelines against erosion, but also act as a carbon sink, absorbing CO2 and combating climate change. Marden is taking a bold step towards sustainability with its afforestation initiative. This visionary program is designed to protect the environment, restore vegetation, enhance biodiversity, all in alignment with the Saudi Green Initiative. With a target of planting 10 million trees and 10 million mangroves by 2040, Marden is leading the way in environmental stewardship. One of the most inspiring milestones of this journey is the planting of 1 million mangroves on the pristine Gurma Islands. This is in collaboration with the Royal Commission of Jubail and the National Centre for Vegetation Cover. Dedicated teams from Marden and Yadgreen come together to evaluate planting sites, working toward a shared vision of sustainability and environmental restoration. Here in the nursery, the journey begins. Young mangrove saplings are nurtured with dedication, preparing for their life-giving mission. Marden marks a historic moment as begins the first mangrove planting at Gurma Islands. With Marden leading the way, we take a step closer to a greener, more sustainable future. Watch as the team unites in this collective effort to breathe life into our coastal regions. Each sapling planted represents a small step toward achieving greater ecological balance. Today marks a historic moment, the planting of the 1 millionth mangrove tree on Gurma Island, a monumental milestone in our commitment to environmental restoration. This achievement represents more than just a number. It symbolizes hope, resilience, and the power of collective action to restore and protect our natural world. With the 1 millionth mangrove tree planted, we celebrate this milestone as a testament to our shared vision for a greener, more sustainable future.
So we thank you for being with us today and showing some clips from our initiatives at Ma'adins, where we are working to achieve our sustainability goals as the third pillar for the kingdom economy. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Very pleased to see you, and welcome to this side event on safeguarding natural and cultural heritage in oases, which is one of the events at this COP16. My name is Rasul Samadov. I'm heading culture unit at the UNESCO regional office in Doha, so it's very pleased to meet you. So we'll be taking you through the journey of exciting subject today in the company of esteemed speakers and stakeholders who will join us for the panel discussion. So the session is hosted by UNESCO. It's an organization that has long recognized, experienced, and critical role in the way oases are safeguarded around the world. Many of these oases are actually inscribed on the World Heritage lists and designated as biosphere reserve. So it's very important to look into the way these biodiversity areas are safeguarded and how we can foster sustainable development while preserving cultural heritage that are embedded in these environments. So we will begin with the opening remarks by Mr. Salah Khaled, the Director of UNESCO Regional Office for Gulf States of Yemen, followed by a keynote presentation by Mr. Mohammed Bashri, Director for Partnerships at the National Agency for the Development of Oasis Zones and Argan. Following the keynote, we will have a rich and diverse panel discussion with leading experts who will bring unique perspectives from academia, project management, and cultural and scientific areas of safeguarding of oases. So, and we will finally conclude with the Q&A session. So there will be opportunity for you to take, to ask a few questions from the panelists and for panelists to reply. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Mr. Salah Khaled, the Director of Regional Office for the Gulf States of Yemen, for the opening remarks.
Thank you, Rasul. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. So it's a great pleasure for me to be here with you and to welcome you in this significant gathering dedicated to the safeguarding of our natural and cultural heritage, particularly within the unique and vital ecosystems of oases. UNESCO's involvement in this initiative underscores our commitment to mobilizing our extensive networks of sites, including biosphere reserves, UNESCO Global Geoparks, and World Heritage Sites, as exemplary territories for the promotion of sustainable management practices. And these efforts are crucial in inspiring best practices not only within oases, but across the globe. Today, we highlight the Sustainable Oasis Initiative launched by the Kingdom of Morocco at the COP22 in Marrakesh. And this initiative is a testament of Morocco's dedication to preserving and enhancing the vitality of oases worldwide, but mainly within the Arab region. And as you well know, maybe all the Arab states have oases, from Morocco to Oman, almost all of them, except Lebanon. The Sustainable Oasis Initiative aims to safeguard these critical ecosystems by addressing the challenges posed by climate change, human expansion, and resource depletion. Through collaborative efforts with the engagement of regional partners, we can expand knowledge about oases, implement development projects that ensure the resilience and sustainability of this particular ecosystem. By leveraging our collective expertise and resources, we can create a future where these unique landscapes continue to thrive, benefiting both local communities and the global environment. This event also reflects our collective commitment to combating land degradation, desertification, climate change. And by showcasing best practices and fostering dialogue, we aim to contribute to global strategies for climate resilience and sustainable land management. Allow me to extend my sincere gratitude to our esteemed speakers who will be joining us very soon in a moment on stage. And the panelists will share with us their invaluable contributions. And I also thank you all for your commitment and participation in this initiative. Together, we can ensure that the oasis with the rich and natural cultural heritage continue to thrive for generations to come, and we can pass on the knowledge to the next generations for the sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Salah, Khaled, for the opening remarks. So we'd like to move forward now with the core part of our panel discussion today, and I'd like to invite all the panelists and the keynote speaker to the podium. So Mr. Mohammed Bashri, Director of Partnerships at the National Agency for Development of Oasis Zones in Argan, please welcome. Mrs. Donya Abdelwahed, Science Program Specialist at the UNESCO Regional Office for the Gulf States and Yemen. Mr. Feraz Fahad Al-Mansour, very pleased to meet you, Project Management Office, Office Manager at the Saudi Irrigation Organization. Dr. Khalifa Kindi, Assistant Professor and UNESCO Chair for Aflage at Nizwa University. And Mrs. Inji Kim, Culture Project Officer at the UNESCO Regional Office for the Gulf States and Yemen. Very pleased to meet you. You bring a lot of diverse experiences from different areas of our work, and it's of course a topic that spans from natural sciences to culture, touching a lot of issues that are very relevant for the topics of desertification, climate change, and sustainable development. So I'd like to give the floor now to Mr. Mohammed Bashri, Director of Partnerships at National Agency for the Development of Oasis Zones and Argan, for his presentation. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rasool. I'm pleased to be here, and I have to speak in Arabic if there is no problem. إذن أنا سعيد بتواجدي معكم، ولكي نفتح هذه الجلسة أود في البداية أن أتقدم بجزيل الشكر لكل من UNCCD، كذلك اليونسكو والمملكة العربية السعودية لإتاحة هذه الفرصة لنا لكي نتكلم في قضايا تهمنا وتهم الإنسانية جميعا. سأقدم لكم هذه المبادرة، مبادرة واحات مستدامة التي تقدمت بها المملكة المغربية خلال فعاليات المؤتمر الأطراف COP 22 سنة 2016. هذه المبادرة من أجل الاعتراف والتعرف وكذلك المحافظة والتنمية المستدامة للواحات. سأتطرق لثلاث نقط في هذه المداخلة. أولاً بعض التعريف للواحات، وكذلك الوضعية والتحديات والمبادرة والمحتوى أو مضمون المبادرة. إذن الواحات تعتبر الواحات من كأنها جزر تتداخل أو جزر تحيط بها المياه داخل الصحراء، وهذه المنظومة الفلاحية منظومة تمتاز بتاريخ، تمتاز ب يعني تنوع فريد من نوعه، راكمته التجربة وراكمته كذلك التنوع البيولوجي المتواجد في هذه الواحات. الواحات تلاقحت وتلقحت بكثير من الكثير من الحضارات، وممكن لأنها شكلت دائما نقطة التقاء وتلاقح الثقافات والحضارات، وأصبحت لها غنى ثقافي لا مادي وغنى كذلك نوعي وحيوي مادي. لذلك هنا يعني خريطة للمناطق الحيوية بالمملكة المغربية، وكما ترون منطقة الواحات هي أكبر يعني منطقة يعني التي بها هذه المحمية الحيوية. هنالك عندنا حيوية في شمال المغرب بين قارية، يعني بين القارة الأوروبية والقارة الإفريقية، وهنالك يعني منطقة أو حيوية محمية حيوية خاصة بشجرة الأرغان، ومنطقة حديثة خاصة بشجرة الأرز. تعتبر هذه المناطق الحيوية الواحاتية لها أهمية كبيرة من حيث الجانب التنوع البيولوجي، وكذلك الإنسان الذي يعيش بهذه المناطق، حيث تراكم الخبرات وتراكم التجارب في هذه المحميات يمكن أن تشكل مجالا خصبا للتبادل لهذه الخبرات التي تراكمت عبر السنين، والتي يمكنها أن تستخلص منها دروسا للتكيف مع التغيرات المناخية. إذن كما قلت أن الواحات لها تميز، وتتميز بأنها يعني مجالات لها خصوصية كبيرة، وفي نفس الوقت هي مهددة. وتتواجد هذه المجالات الواحاتية خصوصا في شمال إفريقيا والشرق الأوسط، وهي كذلك معنية بمجالات واسعة تقطنها أكثر من 3 مليار من الساكنة. الواحات كما قلت هي جانب من التاريخ ومن الحاضر، ولها لا شك دور في المستقبل هذه الكرة الأرضية. لها تاريخ بحيث أنها كانت مقر يعني مرور القافلات والتجارة في القديم، حيث كانت يعني نقط التقاء هذه القوافل، ولا زالت تلعب دورا مهما في العديد من الدول العربية في شمال إفريقيا والشرق الأوسط. هذه الواحات لها خصوصية طبيعية، ولها يعني ثقافة خاصة، ولها يعني تاريخ جد مهم في الثقافي والطبيعي. هذه الخصوصيات جعلت من العديد من المنظمات وخصوصا اليونسكو أن تعيرها اهتماما كبيرا للمحافظة عليها، نظرا لأهميتها ونظرا لتأقلمها مع الطبيعة، والتي يمكن أن تجعلنا نستفيد من هذه المناطق. مناطق الواحات هي مناطق زراعة بامتياز، وحيث أن الزراعة فيها زراعات خاصة لا يمكن أن تكون في هذه المناطق. وأبرزت العديد من الدراسات بأن هذه المناطق الواحية يعني تعطينا يعني نباتات تنفرد بخصوصيات كيماوية لا يمكن أن تكون إلا في هذه المناطق. وهنالك كذلك عدة نباتات عطرية ويعني يمكن الاستفادة منها. في هذا الخصوص ونظرا للوضعية العالمية التي نعيشها، هنالك يعني صحوة إذا صح التعبير التي يعني فيما يخص منذ ريو واتفاقية ريو 12 واتفاقية باريس التي تخص المناخ، وكذلك يعني الأهداف المستدامة للأمم المتحدة 2030 والعديد، وكذلك العديد الاهتمام الكبير التي توليه عدة مؤسسات يعني تموينية وهيئات دولية لهذه المجالات، مجالات الواحات. أذكر منها اليونسكو، الفاو، البنك الدولي، البنك الإفريقي. العديد من المؤسسات تهتم كثيرا بمجال الواحات. وفي في هذه المجالات نجد كذلك العديد من الجمعيات ومن المؤسسات الغير الحكومية التي لها يعني اهتمام بهذه المجالات. فيما يخص اتفاقية باريس، أريد أن أؤكد أن هنالك في اتفاقية باريس البند السابع هنالك يعني يطلب من الدول التي لها يعني مجالات هشة والواحات من المجالات الهشة أن تعتني بها وأن تقدم يعني ما يمكن يعني للحفاظ عليها أن تجعلها في صميم اهتمامها. ويحث الدول التي لها هذه المجالات أن تتكفل في هيئات دولية للترافع على هذه المجالات. إذن من هذا المنطلق جاءتنا الفكرة ديال فكرة الواحات المستدامة، هذه المبادرة التي ترتكز على 3 محاور. المحور الأول هو الاعتراف أو التعرف إذا شاء التعبير عن المجال الواحي كأنه مجال يعني مهدد ومجال يعرف عدة إكراهات والتي يجب أن نحافظ عليه. إذا كان هذا الاعتراف وكانت لنا هذا التعرف للمجال الواحي، يجب وضع الآليات لاستدامته ولكي يكون إرثا نتركه للأجيال القادمة. ولا يمكننا أن نعمل ذلك دون أن نضع برامج تنموية للساكنة في هذه المجالات، مجال يعني تنمية أن تكون تنمية مستدامة. وكان هذا الاقتراح جاء كما قلت في خلال فعاليات المؤتمر الأطراف سنة 2016 من طرف المملكة المغربية. هذه المبادرة كان لها إسناد كبير من كل المؤسسات الأممية، وأذكر هنا الفاو واليونسكو وعدة شخصيات يعني لها باع في مجال البحث العلمي، وكذلك عدة جمعيات على عدة مستويات في جميع مناطق العالم. هذه المبادرة يعني الأهداف منها هو أولا تحسيس أو لا يعني استقطاب الدول التي لها واحات من أجل وضع ائتلاف دولي يعني يعتني بهذه المجالات لأهميتها كما قلت، الأهمية التاريخية والأهمية الإنسانية والأهمية الحضارية للواحات، والأهمية المادية وكذلك اللامادية للواحات. إذن هنالك عمل نقوم به حاليا من أجل أن نجمع الشركاء الذين لهم اهتمام والذين يتوفرون على الواحات من أجل أن يكون هذا الائتلاف. والنقطة الثانية أو الهدف الثاني أن نضع يعني مؤسسة لها آليات، بوضع آليات مؤسسات يعني التي يكون لها دور يعني عملي من أجل وضع برامج ووضع يعني المسائل التي يجب وضعها من أجل تنزيل الأهداف من هذه المبادرة. ولقد قطعنا مراحل كثيرة، وفي الحقيقة هنالك دول يعني صديقة لها اهتمام بهذه المبادرة، ونتمنى كذلك أن يلتحق بنا باقي الدول لكي نخرج هذه المؤسسة إلى الوجود. إذن قلت الهدف الثاني خلق هذه المؤسسة كآلية لتفعيل أهداف هذه المبادرة والعمل على الترافع من أجل هذه المجالات في المحافل الدولية كهذه مثلا، من أجل إظهار هذه المجالات كمجالات لها أهمية من جانب، وفي نفس الوقت هي تعاني كثيرا وكثيرا من آثار التغيرات المناخية. وهنالك يعني ضغوطات كذلك أنثروبولوجية على هذه المجالات، والتي يجب العمل عليها جميعا من أجل وضع هذه المنصة التي ستمكننا جميعا من تقارب التجارب وتبادلها، وكذلك التعرف أكثر على مشاكل الواحات عبر يعني كل مناطق العالم. والنقطة الأخيرة والتي لا تقل أهمية وهي وضع الآليات المالية التي يمكن أن تحظى بها هذه المجالات، لأنها مجالات لا بد من أن تحظى بالتمويلات المهمة أو التمويلات المتاحة لكي يمكنها أن تتجاوز هذه المراحل الصعبة التي تعيشها في ظل التغيرات المناخية. وقد تكون هذه المجالات أكثر يعني تأثراً بالتغيرات المناخية، لأنها تعيش مراحل يعني أكثر ما يمكن أن يعني أن تستوعبه، أو أن طاقتها قد استنفدت في يعني خلال السنوات الأخيرة. وجاءت يعني التغيرات المناخية لكي يعني أن تصيبها في العمق، ويمكنها أن تندثر بصفة عامة. لا يمكننا أن يعني أن ننكر أن الكثير من الواحات أو لا جانب كبير من هذه الواحات يعني يعيش في مراحله الأخيرة، إن لم نقل تقلص كبير في هذه المجالات، وبالخصوص في نقص التمويلات بهذه المناطق، نظرا لأنها ليست جد منفعة بالنسبة لبعض المؤسسات التمويلية. إذن كما قلت قطعنا مراحل مع هذه المبادرة، ونرجو أن تكون مبادرة للجميع، ونتبادل كما قلت تكون منصة. هنالك أكثر من 20 أو 30 لقاء على أعلى مستوى نظم سواء داخل المملكة المغربية أو خارجها أو في محافل دولية، من أجل أن يعني أن نشتغل جميعا ونعمل جميعا من أجل هذه المجالات الحيوية، ألا وهي الواحات. والواحات لها يعني ارتباط كبير بالحضارة العربية الإسلامية، ولها ارتباط كذلك بالإنسان العربي. أشكركم وأبقى على استعداد للإجابة على أسئلتكم، ونتمنى أن نلتقي في ماء قريب حول مؤسسة حول الواحات. وشكرا جزيلا. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bashri, for very interesting presentation, and for having unpacked the sustainable Oasis initiatives that has been ongoing in Morocco for quite some time, but also giving the context for our panel discussion and international efforts for the directly and indirectly impacting the Oasis systems. I noticed that one pillar was the preservation and optimization of water resources was interesting part of your presentation, which leads me actually to the next speaker, Mr. Firas Fakhat Al-Mansour, project manager at office, manager at Saudi Irrigation Organization. You can sit here. You prefer here? Okay. So, Dr. Firas, welcome, and I'd like to ask you a few questions. We'd like to know what is the mandate of the Saudi Irrigation Organization, how you have protected the Oasis systems, but also what are the possible economic, environmental and social returns of your programs for the safeguarding Oasis systems? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. If you allow me, I'll speak in Arabic. It's more easier for some terminologies. So, أولاً شكراً على تنظيم هذا الحدث، وأشكركم على الحضور. أولا المؤسسة العامة للري دورها يرتكز وبشكل واضح على الاستدامة المائية والمحافظة على الموارد المائية وتوفير المياه وتغطية الحاجة الزراعية والصناعية والحضرية من المياه. كذلك الاستفادة من مصادر المياه غير التقليدية مثل موارد المياه المتجددة، موارد المياه المعالجة، كذلك المعالجة ثلاثيا في الاستخدامات الزراعية والصناعية والحضرية. يرتكز أيضا دور المؤسسة في توعية المزارعين على المحافظة على المياه ورفع كفاءة استخدامها وتوزيعها على الإنتاج الزراعي ورفع كفاءة الإنتاج كذلك، إضافة إلى التزام المؤسسة بالمحافظة على السدود، إنشائها وتصميمها وإدارتها، وكذلك إدارة منظومة توزيع المياه للاستخدامات غير الحضرية، غير استخدامات الشرب مثل الاستخدامات في القطاع الزراعي. هذا دور المؤسسة العامة للري بشكل أساسي. أما ما يتعلق بدور المؤسسة العامة للري في المحافظة على الواحات، الواحات الزراعية والواحات التاريخية لها دور كبير في التاريخ الحضري والتاريخ العريق للمؤسسة العامة للمملكة على مدى سنوات كثيرة. المملكة اليوم تحتوي على عدة واحات زراعية، العلا، الأحساء، دومة الجندل، الأفلاج، كثير من الواحات الزراعية والتاريخية هي امتداد للحضارة التاريخية في المملكة. فحافظت المملكة على هذه الواحات، وركزت المملكة من تاريخ قديم على المحافظة على هذه الواحات. من هذه الأمثلة واحة الأحساء الزراعية، وهي أحد أكبر الواحات الزراعية اليوم على مستوى العالم، حصلت على جائزة جينيس للأرقام القياسية، تحتوي على 2.5 مليون نخلة، ترتكز على 280 عين ارتوازية للمحافظة على زراعة هذه الأشجار، إضافة إلى تسجيل واحة الأحساء الزراعية كموقع تراثي في القسم الثقافي في اليونسكو. المملكة بدأت في المحافظة على هذه الواحة من أكثر من 40 سنة. في عام 1970 في عهد جلالة الملك فيصل رحمه الله استحدث مشروع الري والصرف في الأحساء، وأنشئت قنوات توزيع المياه وقنوات تجميع مياه الصرف الصحي للمحافظة على كفاءة هذه المزروعات في الواحة الزراعية. بعد ذلك طورت المنظومة من قبل حكومة المملكة حفظها الله في تحسين كفاءة توزيع المياه، من حيث استبدال القنوات المفتوحة إلى شبكات مغلقة لرفع كفاءة التوزيع. فحافظ هذا التطوير على الحياة الاجتماعية والحياة الاقتصادية في واحة الأحساء. حافظت على كثير من المنتجات الزراعية، حافظت على أشجار النخيل بشكل كبير، وما زال التطوير في هذه الواحات الزراعية في دومة الجندل، في الأفلاج، للمحافظة على الإرث والتاريخ الحضاري في هذه الواحات الزراعية. حقيقة المحافظة على الواحات ساعد بشكل كبير على استدامة البيئة، على استدامة المجتمعات في هذه الواحات الزراعية، من حيث المحافظة على المجتمعات لعدم خروجها إلى مجتمعات أخرى، محافظة على المجتمع الزراعي، خاصة مجتمعات المزارعين الصغار، في توفير هذه المياه، في توعيتهم في كفاءة الري، وإضافة الإنتاج الزراعي في المحافظة على هذه المياه. من الجانب الاقتصادي كذلك يساهم المحافظة على استدامة المياه، على استدامة الموارد الطبيعية، كذلك على مثل ما ذكرنا الإنتاج الزراعي، فالمحافظة عليها ساهم بشكل كبير ولله الحمد. الله يعطيكم العافية.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your insights into the work of the Saudi Irrigation Organization. I think everyone would like to know more, but time is limited. So I'd like to go to another part of the subject, which is the role of academia and higher education institutions in safeguarding of oasis systems. And I'd like to invite Dr. Khalifa Kindi, Assistant Professor of UNESCO Chair of AFLAJ in Nizwa University, to give his presentation. The floor is yours.
Where is the presentation itself? I need to open it. No, I have slides. So where is that? This one?
No, I think it's not. No, I think it's. Where's the? Maybe I think he.
It's okay.
Okay.
So
It's
from
okay?
here, like.
Yes. Exactly.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm happy to be with you today in this session. My name is Khalifa Al-Kindi. I am from Oman. I am working at UNESCO Chair on AFLAG study, University of Nizwa. Not too much to say about the meaning of the AFLAG system, oasis, and these things. But those systems are not only important for supplying water to agriculture or oasis, but also are important for national security, sustainable water management, economic significance, environmental sustainability, and also cultural heritage. I'm not going to tell you a lot about this because if you go to literature, you will find a lot of information about this system. But I'm going to tell you that those systems nowadays are facing a lot of problems, such as climate change, change in land use and land cover, urbanization there, groundwater depletion, impact and hydraulic system and traditional system method. We need actually a lot to save these or those systems. I'm also not going to say a lot of a flag, I mean identify a flag or say what are a flag system, but in the end, inshallah, I will say something. In UNESCO chair, actually, we did a lot of research just to understand what is going on. So the first study, when I came to UNESCO chair, I try to say if there is impact from land use and land cover. So I use Sentinel, I use land use and land cover from Landsat, I download information and try to study this. Unfortunately, within 6 cities that I study, I found that transition there from bare soil to vegetation cover from in 1985 to in 1990. In cities like Bosha, Nizwa, Ibri, Ibra, and so forth. But from in 1985 to 2000, they were different actually. Vegetation cover in most of city from vegetation to bare soil. In city like Sohar, city like El Buraimi. Unfortunately, from 2000 to 2021, a huge change happened. I mean, most of land transfer, I mean, oasis from vegetation cover to vegetation cover to bare soil and from vegetation cover to built up. I will show you some example. In case of AFLAG, also like the most important AFLAG system in Oman, which already mentioned in UNESCO, like flag like Daris, maybe you've been over there, a flag like Al Khatmain, those most important flags, and still running, I mean still active. But also we found there is a lot of change in this oasis area. Unfortunately, another research we done is urbanization or urban or built up towards to a flag system. We found that yes, unfortunately, now people expansion towards a flag system. I'll give you here an example of some of a flag. A flag area, it's not just area to irrigate agriculture, but also there is soil, there is built up, and so forth. So a change I found here example, for example, like cancer for some flag. There are many also flag are facing a problem. For example, Rustak, in Wilayat Rustak, total of flag 325, we found that 39 of those flag are in risk now because of built up or urbanization. Another example for that, Nizwa, for example, total of flag 134, we found that 150 of flag in very high risk because a lot of borehole already established over there. Another things that we try to understand, we use system like geographical information system just to understand what is the relationship between a flag system and environmental factors. And we found a lot of information about that, and we are not going to say about this because already this study is published. Another thing we done within the University of Chair just to find out where the potential location of the groundwater based on a flag system. And we use here like a lot of information based on satellite images and use also geographical information system and machine learning just to find out where is the potential of those or much water underground. So right now, what we need, actually integration system is needed where you can put a lot of factors like climatological, climate change, human practices factor, socioeconomic and environmental factor together and put all of these variables together and run the model to understand what is going on. Otherwise, we cannot protect those systems. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khalif. Thank you for the for extensive information on your research in the field of oasis, and it's amazing to see how much have been done by the UNESCO chair in that area to advance academic research for the safeguarding of FLH systems. So it brings me also to the two pillars of UNESCO's work in the field of safeguarding of oasis systems, and it's about culture sector, and it's about natural sciences sector. So we'll start with culture sector, just to give a little bit of a, main focus information about the cultural heritage aspect and cultural landscape of oasis. So I'd like to welcome Inji Kim, Culture Program Officer at the UNESCO Regional Office in Doha. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Rasul. I actually just came here to get the clicker. Hello, so this is Inji Kim, and I'm the project coordinator at the UNESCO Regional Office in Doha for Gulf states and Yemen. And as you can see, I'm not from the region. And why I start with this is because for me, who is not very familiar with the oasis system, when I first think of oasis, I just think of a spot of water in the desert with like one palm tree like growing next to it. And that's like what I would imagine of an oasis, you know, before coming here and actually seeing what oasis and oasis system is. So I just wanted to share this because from the culture's perspective, it's really important to understand like what this place means to people and understand its values and to think about how you can integrate that into sustainable management of the heritage and also how your sustainable heritage management practice could actually contribute to broader framework of sustainable development. And it is also in relation to why I wanted to start this talk with that particular photo that you see on the screen. So despite the common perception that oases are the creation of nature, it is actually human settlement, which has distinctive characteristics that define its values. And so in the heritage perspective, we call it cultural landscapes, which means it's the combined works of nature and humankind, and they express a long and intimate relationship between the people and their natural environment. Since many people talked about what kind of challenges the oasis is already facing, I will just skip that part and move on to taking the example of the Al-Hasa Oasis, an evolving cultural landscape, which was inscribed as a World Heritage Site in Saudi Arabia in 2018. So I wanted to take this example to explore why this site is important and what consists of its significance. So if you look into the inscription of this World Heritage Site, it represents a way of life, a typical lifestyle of Gulf region in the Arabian Peninsula. So what is important here is that it's a way of life, which consists of all the tangible attributes, but also the intangible and traditional practices that comes with the way of life. Then it's been recognized for its continuity of the oasis agricultural tradition. So here it's also important to understand that it's a tradition that is important, that comes from all these irrigation systems and how people were involved in practicing these traditions and so on for agricultural practices. And it involves tangible aspects such as spring water and network of open air canals as well. Then the next element includes the architectural elements, so oasis gardens, mountains, caves, villages, mosques, springs again, and also a historic village that comes with the Al-Hasa Oasis. Last but not least, what consists of its universal outstanding value is the traditional human settlement developed in a desert environment, exemplifying the intimate link between landscape, natural resources, and the human efforts that settle the land. So as you can see from what is described in the World Heritage inscription, it is really important to understand these linkages between cultural and natural and the human interaction that happens in the landscape of oasis. Then if you actually look into further, it also links this World Heritage Site into three intangible cultural heritage elements that has already been inscribed under the 2003 convention, which is art skills and practices associated with engraving on metals, and then date palm knowledge, skills, traditions, and practices, and also Hari's dish, its know-how, skills, and practices. So you can see that you can really link these different practices that are currently being practiced at the World Heritage Sites and to expand the scope of what we're looking at in terms of values and what we would like to conserve and manage. So in the interest of time, I'm going to just quickly go through these slides, which links heritage and how heritage can actually contribute to the bigger framework of sustainable development. Because through integrated and people-centered approach to sustainable heritage management, you can actually leverage heritage in order to contribute to sustainable development. And so the first thing that you see on screen is that you can harness heritage, including rural and agricultural landscapes and practices, in order to contribute to reducing hunger. So the agricultural practices in the oasis system could eventually become one of these practices. And then, of course, it will contribute to sustainable management of oasis system, will contribute to clean water and sanitation, which many people have talked about already in their speech. Then it also contributes to affordable and clean energy. So the photo that you see on this screen takes an example of a village in China. It's called Matcha Village in Gansu province. And what they have done is that they used traditional techniques and materials, which is actually the mud brick housing, and then combine that with modern technology. So you see the solar panel on the top, and created cultural venues out of it. So like the community would come and learn cultural practices, and it has very much educational function, and it functions as a cultural institution within the village. Then, of course, it is also linked to responsible consumption and production. I think it was also spoken a lot in other presentations today. Then, the most importantly, climate action. But I wanted to end this talk with, like talking about the partnerships, how important it is to develop partnerships and to collaborate in order to conserve oasis and oasis landscapes. So I think the specific question that Donia actually asked me at the very beginning was, how can we work with local communities and governments like all together to protect cultural heritage of the oasis? And I wanted to introduce this partnership that we have between UNESCO and the Royal Commission of Alula. So this is a very fresh example because it's coming from the workshop that happened this morning. So this morning, as part of that partnership that we have with Royal Commission, we had a workshop to contribute to the development of an interpretation framework for the Alula heritage sites. And then through collaboration with UNESCO Category 2 centers, one that focuses on the interpretation and planning and framework, and the other one that is based in Bahrain that has a focus on World Heritage Sites, we were able to initiate a discussion on what could be priority themes for Alula when they're developing an interpretation strategy and framework and planning. And one theme that was brought up was actually water. So for its importance of how it connects the past, present, and future of Alula in terms of how it defines the identity of the people in Alula and how it has actually contributed to the development of the settlement, and also, like water and this heritage site, it will be a crucial element for its future as well. How you manage water would be a very important aspect for Alula. So water is expected to be one of the priority themes, where we'll be investigating further, doing desk research on why is important, how is it one of the most important part of people's lives in Alula, and then moving on to doing like on-site research. We'll be conducting interviews with the people and the community, and then collecting all the oral history and what kind of practices are currently being practiced, what are lost, and try to document all of these so that it contributes to the overall narrative on how we communicate the values of Alula to visitors and also the local people. And then these kind of narratives will be communicated by the local guides, we call it rawis. And also these rawis will be interactively communicating with the visitors and to enhance the narratives in the future. So I just wanted to bring this initiative so that you would understand the importance of collaborating together with the government, like an institution like Royal Commission of Alula, and the international organizations like UNESCO, and also like knowledge bodies of the Category 2 centers, and of course the people who work on sites and the local communities who would actually be able to communicate and contribute to the values of the site.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation. It's amazing to see how strong the synergies are between cultural heritage and oasis systems, and communities are, of course, central in the entire life cycle of oasis systems. So, without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to Mrs. Donia Abdelwahed, Science Program Specialist at the UNESCO Regional Office for the Gulf States and Yemen, to give the presentation of the science pillar of oasis systems.
Yes, thank you so much. Okay, so it's on. So exactly, Inji, as you mentioned, when you say oasis, you picture this patch of life, in the middle of the desert in a very harsh environment. But it was a special place where civilization thrives, as it was mentioned before, through trade, through history, through culture, through many means and perspective. And this is why actually the oasis was internationally recognized by UNESCO as well as by FAO through different mechanisms and programs. And here I would like to talk specifically about the UNESCO Man and Biosphere Program, which is a designation, a UNESCO designation that is called Biosphere Reserves. And there are quite few here in the region in different ecosystems. So this is not only oases, it could be mangroves, it could be forests, it could be any landscape, any ecosystem, on the condition that there is local communities that are managing and contributing to the management of the site and the conservation of the biodiversity of the site. So this is one of the key conditions to become a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve. So it's not only so much about nature and protecting the biodiversity, but also there is a component that is linked to people who live inside these protected areas and how they can benefit or balance let's say, the sustainable way of living and livelihoods, while also conserving the biodiversity richness around them. Inji already presented the UNESCO World Heritage. We also have the UNESCO Water Museums, which is connected to the Global Water Museum around the world. And these as well, we had a special session on this regarding the ancient hydro technologies. And we spoke a lot about the potential of oasis of becoming living museum, an open museum for the people to come and visit these sites, and local communities to also present their heritage and their traditional knowledge of water management and all the activities that are linked to it. So again, all this emphasizes the balance between nature, culture, as well as livelihood of local communities. So as I mentioned, there are already a few oases within the World Network of Biosphere Reserves. We count now 26 ecosystems and 19 biosphere reserves. We hope to see more joining this network, and then eventually there could be a dedicated sub-network that only specializes in oases, and then there could be an exchange of best practices, exchange of knowledge, field visits to each one, and then grow from there to support for the countries to support each other in terms of whether it's research, whether it's a development project, joint development project for the communities, and so on. So as I mentioned, these also some of the biospheres reserve here in the Arab region. We have, of course, in Morocco, in Jordan, in Egypt. These are already UNESCO biosphere reserves where the communities have projects to continue preserving the heritage and the legacy of the oasis for the generation to come. And actually one of the also key challenges that we see in oasis in safeguarding these systems is the migration. So youth are no longer attracted to stay in these oases, so we're losing and neglecting these special places because of lack of opportunities for them to stay, to continue supporting their communities, to continue supporting their families, to maybe establish a small, or let's say, small businesses that could support them and the whole community. These again also some of the already mentioned the World Heritage Sites, the oases that are part of the World Heritage Sites, of course, in UAE and Saudi Arabia and Tunisia, Morocco. Yemen also has a lot of oases and a lot of traditional knowledge that's still also in need of support to become recognized and liaise and benefit from the experience of these countries to help them maintain these systems. So just to summarize, as I said, these places are deeply rooted within the local knowledge, and also they have been the epicenter of history, of tradition. I think there's also one key element. These systems, due to the impact of climate change and other pressures, actually could be an observatory to monitor the impact of climate change on different dimensions, whether it's linked to water, whether it's linked to agriculture, to heritage crops, to the impact on the livelihood itself, on access to services, all of that. Since it's a whole society approach and oasis is very a complex environment, this could be a place where we can study and understand the shifts and the changes in that environment and how people adapt to it, and then learn from it. But this should not only stop at the monitoring and the scientific way of dealing with the challenges. It should also help the communities through sustainable tourism, the introduction of renewable energy, more sustainable practices when it comes to reuse, for example, of the palm tree leaves into traditional crafts, but also maybe into innovative ideas, perhaps used as organic waste. You mentioned as well, Dr. Firas, the introduction of wastewater, treated wastewater, and new technologies related to water management, coupled with, of course, the protection of the traditional aflage and traditional qanat system. And the terminology is different from one country to another, but the concept is very, very similar from one country to another. I hope with this we will be also, of course, we will continue our collaboration together and see how to support the oasis, the Sustainable Oasis initiative that is launched by Morocco, to continue the momentum. Morocco has been driving and championing this initiative for a long time now, and it needs that support from the different countries to join. Again, as I said, to share best practices, to see how to mobilize also funding. I think this is important because without funding, I mean, it's very difficult to sustain these initiatives and these great examples of safeguarding the oasis. I don't want to take more time. We're approaching the end of the session, so just to also give the opportunity to the audience to ask.
Thank you very much, Donia, for this. You pretty much summarized today's discussion.
Thank you.
you.
It's really interesting to have this esteemed panel from working from different perspectives of on the Oasis system, which are indeed ecosystems of bringing together a lot of topics, a lot of challenges. But these are the topics that these are the areas and landscapes that need to be safeguarded. And whatever the approaches are, I think the sustainability, innovation, community-centered approach is the key. Are the key elements of the process. So we have a few minutes to take a few questions. If anybody wants to ask one of our panelists any specific question, please do so. That's the moment. Well, in that case, I realize it has been quite a lot of information. So I thank you very much for this. So maybe we could take a group photo of the panel. And thank you very much for coming and attending this session. Thank you.